have been surprising. In 2021, the Prosecutor General of Finland brought 3 separate charges against me. And I have been in Helsinki District Court twice last year. The District Court issued an unanimous, clear acquittal, but the prosecutors appealed the decision to the appellate court, the higher court. And this court, Court of Appeal, has announced the hearings concerning my statements on classical Christianity, that they will take place this August. The starting point of this process was a tweet that I published just 4 years ago, 2019. And in that tweet, I questioned the Evangelical Lutheran Church's official support to Helsinki Pride, LGBT Pride event. I had a deep concern about the church teaching against its own confession, and that this will undermine people's trust on God's word, which is important for their salvation. And the second charge is about an old pamphlet I had written in 2004, Male and Female, He Created Them. And the third was about my views presented in one humorous radio interview. But the main point was that I posted a photo from the Bible, from the letter to Romans in that Twitter update. The filing of the charges was preceded by 1.5 years of police investigation and several long interrogations, altogether 13 hours. And I can say that the situation felt absurd, crazy, because just a few years ago, I was in charge of the police as a Minister of Interior. And then I was sitting in the police station, interrogated, having the Bible on the table, and the police was asking me about the Bible and its interpretation. I was asked that, what is the message of the book of Romans? What is the message of its first chapter? What does the word sin mean? And so on. In social media, there was a joke that Päivi Räsänen is once again going to have a Bible study at the police station. The police asked each time if I agree to delete within 2 weeks my writings. I answered no. I stand behind these statements, teachings of the Bible. I will not apologize what Apostle Paul has stated, whatever the consequences will be. And in court, I appealed to the Constitution of Finland, to international conventions that guarantee freedom of speech and religion. And the points of view for which I'm accused do not deviate from classical Christianity, what Christians have believed for hundreds of years. Nor does my views on marriage deviate. In fact, the official policy of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland. The practice is another thing. But I have repeatedly emphasized that all human beings are created in the image of God. All have equal dignity, all have human rights and value, but we all are also sinners, and we all need the forgiveness of God because what Jesus has done for us. The freedom of speech is the right to express opinions and ideas without fear of censorship, restraint, or legal sanctions. And free speech is the hallmark of a free society and includes the freedom to express ideas that some may deem hurtful or offensive. There are no mentions to hate speech in our legislation. Of course, there are some limits to freedom of speech, as there are in all countries, but these limitations must be very limited, and they must be very clear to everyone. And when it comes to so-called hate speech laws, I think that the law should be concerned with people who are inciting others to commit violence or some other clear crimes. But speech that some people may find insulting or offensive should not be criminalized. The possible sentence for the crime of ethnic agitation would be 2 years of prison or a fine. In the Finnish law, it falls within the war crimes section of criminal code. And that's why it is just the prosecutor general who is prosecuting these crimes. But an even more dangerous problem is the possibility of being censored in order to remove social media updates or a ban on books or pamphlets. And that sentence would open the floodgates to a ban on similar publications and the threat on modern book burnings. If we do not now use our right to speak freely, the space to use our rights will eventually get even smaller. In court, the prosecutor claimed that Räsänen can believe certain things in her own mind, but she cannot express these opinions. I encountered this same kind of limited understanding of religious freedom when I was a minister, also responsible for church affairs, and had a discussion with the Chinese minister in charge of religious matters. And he said that in China you can believe in your own mind whatever, but it is necessary to restrict the freedom to express your faith if it increases tensions in the society. And I would never have heard the same in the Finnish courtroom. In public, the prosecutor general has stated that although Räsänen was convicted, it doesn't mean that the Bible should be removed from the libraries. You can still refer to the Bible as well as Quran and Mein Kampf, because it is not forbidden to discuss about historical texts. But what is essential is that do you agree with it? And this is an absurd statement. If free speech and freedom of religion prevails, we need to be able to agree with the Bible. Dear friends, we are living at a time when the effect of Christian culture to the society is narrowing. The breaking of the conservative worldview is visible whether we think of the protection of life at the very beginning or at the end of life, or defending marriage as a union between man and wife. The battle between values is largely fought with language and words by capturing the concepts like love, freedom, equality, and even rainbow into new interpretations. The attempt to break down the gender system based on two different genders hurts especially the children. My case involves also wasting taxpayer money and reallocating scant resources away from actual crimes and toward thought crime. And this is happening across Europe. Finland's criminal justice system and laws about incitement are similar to those of most other countries in Europe. All European countries have some kind of hate speech laws that, with the right prosecutor, could be weaponized practically against any form of speech. But it is still strange that just in Finland we have gone so far. Nowadays, it is politically incorrect to say anything negative about, for example, gender ideology, about that there are two genders, male and female. And most European countries are actively pursuing more censorship. Luckily, the European Commission's initiative to extend the list of EU crimes to hate speech has been blocked in the Council. But the file has not been struck down and remains dormant in the dossier of the country negotiators. The Swedish presidency comes to an end in June of this year and will be followed by Spain. I hope that each European state stays strong in this issue, defending the freedom of speech and prevents this proposal moving forward. The rise of cancel culture, the idea of publicly defaming and thrusting a person who holds certain beliefs out of social media or professional circles, is a threat to any free society that claims to be tolerant and equal. So we had the parliamentary elections on April, and I have to say that I'm especially grateful that the unfounded and very public charges against me didn't prevent me from coming re-elected to my 8th period. The theme of the theme of the Christian Democrats' election campaign was voice of sense. Ideological projects have been pushed forward instead of taking care of real life issues. We need people who act as voices of sense. And I believe you to be such people. People who can speak truthfully and act as voices of sense in your societies. I myself, I'm prepared to defend freedom of expression and religion at all necessary levels of justice, even if necessary before the European Court of Human Rights. The decision of the court will be a significant precedent that will impact the legislation within Europe in the future. And a conviction based on the Christian faith is more than only an opinion. The early Christians, they didn't renounce their faiths in lions' caves. Why should we then renounce our conviction in the challenges of this time? I feel privileged to have this calling and honor to defend these foundational rights and everlasting biblical values. And I want to encourage you all to use your foundational rights and be open about your faiths and for your convictions. So, I wish you all courage, wisdom, and blessing in the valuable work you do, and thank you for your attention. Eli mun piti mennä.
Thank you very much. And now for our first panel. The name of the panel is The Underpinnings of a Free Society in Europe. And the moderator is a Senior Policy Advisor at New Direction, Mr. Robert Tyler.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'll just start by inviting up our three panelists for this one, which is the MP Mahmoud Farahmand, the MP from Denmark, Mikhail Bjøn Sørensen, and the economist Hardo Pajula. So if you join me up on the stage. I might quickly offer a few opening reflections on the nature of this question. Obviously, the challenge of free society is no easy topic to tackle. And I'd start by saying this. There is perhaps no more prescient place in the Nordic world to be holding a discussion on free society than here in Finland. Just 160 kilometers away from where we're all gathered right now is a frontier between what we can see as the free and the unfree world. On one side, people are free to speak their minds openly, associate with those whom they so choose, travel where they would like, and can feel secure in the fact that if they don't like the government, they can remove them peacefully at the next election. On the other side of that frontier is a world in which one can be arrested for holding up a blank piece of paper, in which the entire state is geared towards the surveillance and suppression of its people, and where those in charge routinely manipulate the people in order to maintain power. I am, of course, talking about the Russian border. The border between two entirely different civilizations, where a gathering like this cannot take place openly without the fear of police interference or arrest. So what is it that makes the free world so free? Well, first and foremost, it's the freedom to choose. To choose who to associate with, be that our friends or our family, or even institutions that you wish to choose. The freedom to choose your beliefs and your traditions, whether that be religious or political, and the freedom to choose to pursue a moral life. Secondly, a free society is built on respect. Respect for other people's choices, respect for other people's differences, and respect for those who choose to give up a part of their freedom to protect our own. And thirdly, it's trust. Trust in public institutions, trust in the decisions of other people, and trust in a society as a whole to make the right choices. These are interchangeable ideas of choice, trust, and respect, help to bind together our society. However, none of these things are a given. Around the world, including in the West, those values of a free society are under threat. Public confidence in our institutions is at an all-time low. Our ability to make choices as responsible adults is being threatened by paternalism and intervention. And people have lost the ability to listen to one another and respect their differences. We are living in an age of creeping unfreedom, both at home and abroad. In order to help understand this new era of unfreedom and to understand what underpins a free society, I am pleased to be joined by my panel. They are Mahmoud Farahmand, a conservative member of the Norwegian Parliament, who will understand freedom more than anyone because he was born in Iran and chose to serve in the Norwegian armed forces, defending freedom and liberty around the world. The MP Mikhail Bjøn Sørensen, a former history teacher who will understand the value of free speech in academia, and the economist Hardo Pajula, who grew up under communism in Estonia and has since dedicated his life to translating the works of those who preach freedom from Roger Scruton to Friedrich Hayek. So I'll give the floor first to Mahmoud. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great honor to partake in this conference and be here with you all. In a time of war in Europe, autocracies on the rise, democratic institutions under pressure, the topic of this debate seems to be relevant now more than ever. The problem of creating a democracy with well-functioning political institutions has been described as a problem of getting to Denmark. And it's not because the Danes speak an understandable language. Denmark is a mythical place, a kind of political unicorn, if you want. It is known to have good political and economic institutions, democratic, peaceful, prosperous, inclusive, and has extremely low levels of political corruption. These are the words of Francis Fukuyama. International development experts hold up Denmark as a model of what they are trying to achieve in countries like Iraq, Nigeria, and the likes. That in itself proves that they don't understand anything about Denmark, or how Denmark became Denmark, or even how Scandinavia became Scandinavia. As I mentioned, one of my favorite writers on this topic is Francis Fukuyama. In his book, Political Order and Political Decay, he concludes that getting to Denmark should be a goal for all states. And he elaborates on this topic in a 1,000-page long book. While Fukuyama and others speak of Denmark, they could just as well have spoken of getting to Scandinavia. But that could have caused confusion and misunderstanding. Most people barely know where Denmark and Norway is located, much less where Scandinavia is or what it is. But Scandinavian countries have managed to coexist for centuries without occupying each other, fighting wars over minerals or land, and being forced to subsequently fight wars of liberation and be dependent on international intervention. That's unique in a global perspective. Almost no other place do we see this. No other region has been so peaceful for so long. Situations that would have caused wars or at least long-standing conflicts in other regions of the world have barely made a dent in the relationship between Scandinavian countries. I could take an example from my own childhood. A discussion over a river between two countries ended up in an 8-year-long war between Iran and Iraq, with 100,000 of people dying, chemical warfare, and worse. Let's just ask, why is it so that the Scandinavian countries are so peaceful and get along? The Scandinavian countries have a lot in common. They have the same cultural references, the same common understanding of the world. This does not mean that these countries are identical. The language is basically a good proof of that. The Norwegians don't understand the Danes don't understand the Swedes, and none of us understand the Finns. But still we get along. But the shared values and the common shared identity that also works as a barrier to conflict and war. The long peace, these shared purposes have resulted in stable, unbiased institutions. From my point of view, these institutions are the most important thing to any free, well-developed society. But none of these things are permanent. And a high influx of groups of individuals that do not share these common goals and values will reduce the level of trust in any society, and hence contribute towards the decay of political systems and the social fabric as such. And over time, one would also see the decay of institutions that we are dependent on having these well-functioning countries. Even though migration has at times contributed to reducing what some would refer to as the deficit within the labor force in some Western countries, it has also problematic sides. Let's just be honest. The Nordic countries are top when it comes to freedom, democratic rights. As you mentioned, Finland is a top country. And the countries where migrants mostly come from are at the bottom of this list. Most migrants from the Middle East and Africa have strong family ties and appreciate their ties to the local community. Some might now think that these traits are good conservative values. They might be, but conservatism is something else in the West than it is anywhere else in the world. Conservative values have to be seen in a context and development of a society. These migrants have a low level of trust to government institutions, democratic processes, and individuals outside their clans and families. And no one can blame them for this. The reality of life in other countries is quite different than what it is here. And this demands that these individuals operate in the way they do. This brings me over to the famous multicultural model, which has been based on group recognition and group rights. Out of the misplaced sense of respect for cultural differences, and in some cases out of a imperial guilt, if you want, we have ceded too much authority to cultural communities to define rules of behavior for their own members. Liberalism cannot ultimately be based on group rights, because not all groups uphold liberal values. Multiculturalism, as it was originally conceived in Canada, the US, and Europe, was in some sense a game at the end of history. For those who know Fukuyama, take the reference. Cultural diversity was seen as a kind of ornament for the liberal pluralism that would provide ethnic food, colorful dresses, and traces of distinctive historical traditions to societies often seen as numbingly conformist and homogeneous. Cultural diversity was something to be practiced largely in the private sphere, where it could not lead to any serious violation of individual rights or otherwise challenge the essential liberal social order. But this did not happen. Some groups wanted exemptions from these rules. Some even clearly wanted to go out and change the liberal democratic order in their adopted countries. The Muslim Brotherhood in Sweden or in Europe in general is a good example of this, how they manifested put in program how to change the democratic societies in order to achieve their goals. And their goals were not common with the goals of a liberal democracy, I have to say. The dilemma of migration identity, shared purpose, value, and values converges with the larger problem of what it could be understood to be valuelessness in the postmodernity. The rise of relativism made it hard for modern people to assert positive values, and therefore, the kinds of shared beliefs and values that is the strength within the Nordic model was not understood by many of the migrants that came. If we as a society are to succeed with integrating migrants that we are kind of dependent on in periods into our societies, we need to uncover these positive virtues that define what it means to be a member of our common societies. If we do not do this, we may be overwhelmed by people who are more sure about who they are and what values is important to them. And by that, changing the values that makes these nations, the Scandinavian nations, the way they are. And in such a situation, migration from countries with weak institutions, low levels of trust, will present a huge challenge to many well-functioning democratic states with democratic values, individual freedoms and rights at its core. It is important for me to underline one thing. We should not compromise on the values that has made the Nordic countries the great countries that they are. We need to protect these basic rights. And we have to take in mind that there's a limit to how many migrants we can accept before it in a very harsh way impacts our societies. And I have to say, without a high level of trust and understanding of liberal values at the core of any type of, has to be at the core of any type of integration of migrants. In order to do this, we cannot, as I mentioned, receive a large number of migrants. Doing that would be a disfavor to the migrants that come here and to ourselves, because that would change our societies totally and permanently. I have to say that even though I sound negative at the end of it, I think that there is hope for all of us. Because we have, in the last few years, changed our stance on multiculturalism. Even Angela Merkel has stated that multiculturalism is dead. It has proven not to work. So we have to take it aboard that we have made some changes, but I have to again say that we need to be firm on our values, be firm on what we stand for, and be firm on what makes these countries the great countries that they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude for the invitation to speak here today on the incredibly important topic, the underpinnings of a free society. It is a topic that is close to my own heart and close to the heart of my party in Denmark, the Danish People's Party. In essence, it is the reason for our existence in Danish politics. The Danish People's Party was founded out of concern for the foundations of free European societies, naturally with a focus on Denmark, and what was rightly perceived as the greatest threat to the free European societies since the German occupation. It was a protest against the ideological reshaping of the nation-state of Denmark, which our immigration policy later became an expression of. A reshaping which, unlike the German occupation, has proved considerably more irreversible. It was a shift away from the idea of a nation-state as concrete, real homelands for population with distinct cultures, histories, customs and traditions, towards the idea of a more politically blank slate that politicians could fill according to their own ideological whims and mold according to moral standards that were not rooted in a specific history and experience, but rather in ideological, universal, and global principles. An ideological dissolution of Denmark as a concrete homeland for a population and a culture passed down through more than 1,000 years, where Christianity, work ethics, myths, narratives, literature, and songs have shaped people in ways they are not even aware of. These are traditions and manners of interaction, history, metaphors, rituals, heroes, symbols, humor, customs, habits and values, attitudes and norms. Our fundamental conception of right and wrong. This is the individual's backdrop, the lens through which we see the world. A country is defined by who lives in it and what binds these people together historically and culturally. Denmark as a country primarily rests on two supporting pillars, namely the Danish population, and secondly, its ability and willingness to pass on our common values and historical identity to future generations. This is why immigration policy for the Danish People's Party has always seemed like the most pressing issue. Danish culture and our common way of life is our lifeblood, and that is precisely why immigration policy becomes central, because it defines which culture is passed on as an inheritance and which culture characterizes our country and population in the future. If non-Western immigrants, largely speaking, married Danish citizens and thus inscribed themselves and any children into the red thread that constitutes the life course of the Danish people or the European people, our culture would thereby be passed on to the next generation. But they do not. Many descendants of immigrants from Muslim countries prefer to find a spouse in their homeland rather than marrying and having children with Danes or Europeans. Many prefer to live in areas where there are many people from their own country of origin rather than moving out and living among the Europeans. And many are more likely to send their children to schools where there are many other Muslims rather than seeking schools where their children would make more Danish or European friends. In other words, what we see is a significant displacement of our culture. A displacement driven by people who actively refuse to adopt and pass on our culture to the next generations. Our culture is being diluted and, in other words, slowly replaced with other cultural norms. Several housing areas are already more Islamic today than they are Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, or Finnish. There should not be housing areas where we do not feel the common core culture breathe and live, where freedom is pushed into the background and where Western culture is a thing of the past. The police should not fear to enter certain housing areas. Criminals, on the other hand, should fear society's wrath and movement if they poke their nose just a centimeter forward. If we allow this change, all our Western values will eventually evaporate over time. Freedom of speech, security, trust, scientific rationalism, capitalism, and the principles of rule of law. There are no Islamic countries that are highly characterized by freedom. Denmark and Western societies as a whole will slowly become less Danish, less Swedish, less Norwegian, and less Finnish, and more like Syria, Iran, Afghanistan, not tomorrow, but over a couple of generations. Immigration is, in other words, not without problems. A person is not just a person, as two leftists tried to lecture me some time ago. There is a difference in values, culture, norms, and moral perceptions, civilization and desert. It should by now be common knowledge that integration, let alone assimilation, on the colossal scale that the Western countries have aimed for, is a Sisyphean task. When the huge stone has been pushed halfway up the mountain, it rolls down again, and we can start all over. We need to act before the stone crushes both us and the European societies. It is clear that migration policy and the threat from Islamism in particular are indeed major issues, if you ask me. An ideology that threatens freedom, reason, security, and prosperity. An apparent and significant threat not just in security, but European civilization as a whole. But Islamism is increasingly not the only domestic threat to our society, freedom, and common way of life. The hatred of the homeland, or oikophobia, as Sir Roger Scruton called it, or in modern terms, the woke ideology, has grown to a size where it poses a real threat to our society. Woke carries forward the intellectual legacy of the cultural Marxism of the 1960s and wants to reintroduce racial segregation, gender discrimination, and totalitarian state formation in a fight against freedom, meritocracy, and science. The woke movement wants to control the conversation between people and enforce changes through dishonesty and shaming of those who think differently. In wokeism, people are reduced from individuals to being defined only by their gender, sexuality, skin color, or disability. Language, history, art, music, and literature should all, according to the woke ideology, be cleansed of words, elements, and symbols that reveal and challenge the basic pillars of the woke idea. Children should be indoctrinated with concepts of sin that are solely related to innate and biological characteristics. Individuals are reduced to stereotypical, faceless members of a collective, and the quality of our contribution is measured and judged based on your group identity. The activists themselves take cover under an umbrella that deals with acceptance and tolerance, but don't believe for a moment that this is their real agenda. The goal is to control the conversation between people to create major changes in our entire power and social structure by changing our language and shaming anyone who does not bow in the dust to the new rulers. National identity, gender identity, and family identity must all be broken down, leaving the door open for the political and ideological identity that activists want to impose on us. People without roots and without identity are much easier to direct straight into the ideological hellhole that awaits if we do not definitively object. Our culture and civilization is under attack. Even though it's often a very small minority that drives these crazy and insane ideas forward, the ideas still gain ground. They manifest themselves in changes on a cultural and societal level. Why? Well, because far too large a part of the citizens are passive spectators on the battlefield of ideas. As spectators to a violent concert on the Titanic, who cheerfully and mockingly amuse themselves over the absurdity of the musician's continued concert execution, but who themselves passively have settled in the best and most comfortable chairs while the water is rushing in. The Lebanese philosopher Nicolas Taleb has described the risk of this passivity from what he calls the minority rule. According to him, comprehensive and cultural societal changes only require 3 to 4% of very dedicated people in a population. In other words, it is sufficient for an intractable minority to have the support of just 3 to 4% dedicated supporters for the entire population to eventually submit to the minority's preferences. This is due, among other things, to the optical illusion that a dedicated fan base can appear dominant also in terms of size if it tramples effectively enough. A naive observer would thus be under the impression that the choices and preferences are the majorities, even though it may be very far from reality. It only takes a ruthless minority of 3% before Merry Christmas becomes Happy Holiday, before patriotic songs are looked upon with disgust. In general, before our history and cultural heritage are destroyed and hidden away. You might be wrinkling your nose right now, but we can already see the contours of this development. It is of no use to laugh at the absurdities. If we want to stop the madness, we must attack the ideology behind it, actively defend and actively reject. Like Gandalf, we must strike the staff in the bridge and ask the Balrog to return to the shadow from whence it came. Go back to the shadow, you shall not pass. Revolutions are driven by dedicated and persistent minorities. It is time to ask them to crawl back from under the rock from whence they came. These are my ambitions for the culture war. As a Christian, I harbor no naive illusions about winning the culture war. We live in a fallen world and things will likely only get worse from here. But we must still fight, because it is our duty and because it is right. Because the foundations of free societies in Europe is worth defending. Thank you, and I look forward to the ongoing conversation and debate.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor and privilege to be here. And for me, it's first and foremost the opportunity to pay homage to Sir Roger, who played a hugely important role in my life, and I try to substantiate this claim in the following 10 minutes. That statement takes us back to the early hours of the 6th of June 2016, almost 7 years ago. I was in the existential phase of my life. I was suicidal, not in any metaphorical sense, but literally so. And then I stumbled. I was battling depression and addiction, and was really, I was looking into the abyss at this time. And then in the early hours of 6th of June, I stumbled upon a video in YouTube, the 1-hour documentary made by Dutch journalist Wim Keizer, of Beauty and Consolation. He had a whole series of them, and this one was dedicated to Sir Roger. So and that gave a huge emotional impact. So within a month, I established the Edmund Burke Society, of which I've been the project that I've been leading so far. I started to translate Roger Scruton's book, The Fools, Frauds and Firebrands, and in the 3rd of July, we flew to Oxford to hear Sir Roger to speak. This was my third translation. My first translation appeared in 2001. That was Hayek's Road to Serfdom. And 3 years later, The Firm, the Market and the Law by Ronald Coase, the Nobel Prize winner from 1991, if I remember correctly. So Edmund Burke Society, we wrote in the statutes that Edmund Burke Society is created in defense of the conservative worldview. And that really started my personal odyssey, which I will highlight given the limitation of time as just a few crucial stops in that homecoming. The next step takes us to the July of 2017, early July, also early hours, also YouTube, Jordan Peterson, and that was another. By that time I had already finished the translation of the Fools, Frauds and Firebrands, and I started to translate Maps of Meaning into Estonian. So Peterson brought Jung to me, and I think that Jung has played a very, very important role in my personal healing process to the extent that it has occurred. And I think the most apt characterization I've heard about Peterson is that Peterson is Jung for masses, and for me that certainly my example kind of validates that observation. The next step is February 2018. That was my first. Edmund Burke Society now is like three major pillars: podcasts, courses, and newspaper. So that's the first pillar. In February 2018, I recorded the first podcast titled "Physicists and Philatelists," which plays on the quote by Ernst Rutherford that all science is either physics or stamp collection. And I had theoretical physicist and a professor of semiotics in the first podcast. So that was February. 2-hour podcasts. This was, as I said, in February 2018. This week I recorded 3 podcasts. Number 191, which was titled "Unmoored Anchor," was devoted to the U.S. psychiatrist Stanislav Grof. 192, "Elephant in a Burning Barn," which is addiction, and 193, "The Third Eye," which was devoted to the theme was Gnosticism. So that gives you some idea. I mean, it's a rather eclectic choice of subjects. And I forgot to mention that the two key principles on which I've based my activities is that no state money and stay away from party politics. This has been like and that's also reflects in the choice of topics. So no daily political issues there. Next up, April 2018, I was again YouTube, Jordan Peterson Effect podcast, which featured Rupert Sheldrake, a British biologist, and Mark Vernon, British psychiatrist. And then I made this was the first. I stopped translating Peterson then. I realized that I don't want to devote my whole life to the Peterson studies, and translated 2 books by Rupert Sheldrake, Science and Spiritual Practices and The Way to Go Beyond, where he introduces 14 spiritual practices that are common to all religions around the world. And by the way, the podcast is also in Estonian tähenduse teejuhid, which means maps of meaning. The next stop, September 2018, I started to teach at the Estonian Business School, where I have 2 course series. The first course series is Great Books, and the first course was Magic Mountain, the novel by Thomas Mann, which played a very important role in my life in the sense that that opened. I read it in 1998, and then that made me to realize that there is more to life than supply and demand curves, and even GDP for that, GDP and economic growth for that matter. And this course series celebrated, this spring we ended the 15th course, which was devoted to the varieties of religious experience by William James. The next stop would be September 2020. Then we were privileged enough to be able to establish a new course series, which we called The Return of Nature, and which is very much inspired by Robert Sheldrake, and where we try to introduce the thinkers whose views are neglected by the mainstream media and are not taught in the universities. The first course was called September 2020 was the first issue of our newspaper, actually, also called Tähenduse Day with Maps of Meaning, and each paper is devoted to a special topic. Our contributors write on that particular theme. And the first topic was the paradigm change, and we had Nicholas Copernicus on the front cover. And I interviewed there David Fuller, the founder and leader of the Rebel Wisdom media platform, who was very important at this time for me. So next, in April 2021, that was the new course series. We started with Charles Eisenstein, Climate, a New Story, and then we just this spring finished the fifth course in that series called The Cosmic Game, which was devoted to Stanislav Grof. And the last stop, for that matter, is actually today, which today came out the 31st issue of our newspaper, monthly newspaper, which is distributed with the largest newspaper in Estonia, so it reaches the widest possible audience for that type of media in Estonia. And I had there an interview with the program director of the Scientific and Medical Network, David Lorimer, and I would quite like to read one quote from that interview to wrap up my presentation. I think it is in tune with the topic at hand. So speaks David Lorimer. We are really in danger. I write about this in my essay on Voltaire and Bertrand Russell. There is a danger of descending into a sort of one-party tyrannical state that thrashes Enlightenment values of freedom of speech and expression. In your part of the world, you have, of course, a lot more direct personal experience with such a regime than we have in the West. So that was my journey, which started on the 6th of June 2016, when I watched the one-hour documentary of Beauty and Consolation, which featured Roger Scruton. Thank you very much.
So we'll now move to a sort of discussion portion. And I want to start by picking out one common theme that seems to appear in all three of the presentations, which is this notion of what Karl Popper described as the paradox of tolerance. This idea that because we live in such a liberal society and because we believe that the rest of the world are as liberal as us, we open ourselves up to a threat. So I wonder, how do we overcome that?
It's a big question. If I may, I think it's the first point is realizing that the rest of the world is not such as us, and that's the basic fact. Liberalism, as it is practiced in the West, is quite unique. You do not find this anywhere else. This is a process that has been going on. I mean, liberalism and liberal democracies, as we see them in the West, is a process that's been gone through several layers for centuries, through wars, through fighting, through reform of religion. Just to give you a hint, just talking about reform within Islam would cause a death threat at the least. So let's just start with understanding that the rest of the world is not like us. That doesn't mean that people aren't good. That doesn't mean that people are bad or something like that as such. But let's just understand that fact, and then we can work our way from that point.
Yes, I think Mahmoud is right, but I also think there is a tolerance paradox in the fact that although the leftist area always say they're very tolerant, what I see is a leftist group that is a lot less tolerant than the right-wing groups, and I actually think that we as conservatives have to be more intolerant of the leftist ideas in general. There are a lot of ideas being put forward today from the leftist groups that are absolutely abhorring. And regarding to these ideas, we have to publicly tell these people that their ideas are absolute crazy. If we just accept that they may be crazy, but we just think it inside our heads, I don't think we will not move in our direction in the culture war. We have to be more intolerant of their ideas, and we have to speak out publicly about that fact.
Well, I think the platform out of which this attitude grows is a secular humanism and atheism, and atheism, which as British philosopher John Gray says, is a Christian heresy, and I think it has a lot to do with the distorted Christian values. This kind of attitude. It has to do, I think, also with the sort of attitude that Ivan Karamazov has in this Dostoevsky's immortal novel, kind of that's wild guess and
yeah. No, and it's interesting because, of course, all of you sort of touched on it to some extent, migration as a topic, but of course all of this starts at home. It starts with the notion that those on the left really, I think one of you referred to oikophilia. You talked about how there's this fear of home and fear of belonging and so on. So what is it that has changed, that has allowed that to grow? What has created this atmosphere in which the left has abandoned these sort of core principles that we have in our society?
Well, I don't know why the left has abandoned the principles, but I again would say that we as conservatives have for far too long been passive spectators to the leftists winning the culture war and putting themselves in positions in society in general where they have the power to push these agendas forward. And we have to be more active in that regard. We have to commit and put ourselves in the same areas of position, so we can affect the future for ourselves and for our children.
I have to. I think we have to go back to the root of migration to Europe from the early 50s, 60s. The French opened, the British and the French opened up their borders to former colonies and let people in, with a sense of guilt, I believe, for something a sense of guilt that was pushed upon them. Fukuyama writes about this as well. The sense of guilt has put Western societies, in particular France and Britain, in a position where one has to accommodate these cultural phenomena. And if you put another layer on top of this and say that, well, all people want the same here in the world, everybody loves liberal democracies, then the problem becomes even bigger. Because if I think that everybody around me thinks such as I do, then it's much easier for me to accommodate their way of life. The problem is having a migrant community is not a problem in itself as such, but it's the size of the migrant community. I have quite an interesting example from a small village in Norway. At a time they had, I remember playing a soccer game against them, the soccer team of 11, 5 of them from Somalia, and in a place with 3,000 inhabitants. That small community became the community that had the best rate of integration in Norway. Why? Because the number of migrants were so small that they could not create these subcultures or sub-societies. Everybody saw what was going on. While if you do the same in Oslo, which we have, you get a greater problem at hand. So numbers, the migration is also a game of numbers. You have to be able to integrate people into your society. And to be able to do that, you have to also understand that people from the Middle East, North Africa, or Africa in general, do not, at the core, understand why our society is the way it is. They're not bad people, just don't get it. It's not their fault, it's just they live in other societies. So when we grasp these things, it will be much easier for us to protect our way of life and protect our institutions as well.
Well, I think it's a long shadow of the war and the guilt complex as a major thing there, and it's Thomas Mann, among others, has pointed out that there really was a one war with what's like 20 years armistice in between, and I don't know. I just have a feeling that it's somehow. It is all related with the Reformation. It's just because that was before this huge war at the beginning of the last century. The similar situation we had was, and I think we're living in a sense Reformation now. I think the closest parallel to where we are is the beginning of the 16th century.
Yeah, it's interesting to think of it in those terms, because in a way it is a departure from history, and in the same way that you had iconoclasm throughout the Reformation, we have the new iconoclasm, which is the destruction of our history and our heritage, the campaign of removing statues or tearing down old buildings or rewriting history. So my next question is really how do we become better at defending, let's call it objective truth, this idea that we know that something happened in history, therefore we have to talk about it honestly, not talk about it in terms of feelings, because one of the things we talk about is this idea that migration is a byproduct of guilt. I have a few areas where I can think of examples of that, but one of the things is that it didn't always used to be that way. When people arrived in the West, they arrived because they felt a certain sense of identity to it. And the best example I can think of was during the EU referendum in the UK. I was out campaigning, and I remember I was talking to a taxi driver who was from Kashmir. And I asked sort of sheepishly, well, how are you planning on voting? He said, well, leave, of course. He said, not just that, everyone in my mosque is voting leave. Everyone in my community is voting leave. And I said, but why? He said, well, I arrived here in the 1970s, and I came here believing that I would become British and that I would fit into the society. And then they joined Europe, and they no longer welcomed us. So there's this sort of departure between sort of old migration and new migration.
Yeah, and I think Mahmoud mentioned numbers, and of course numbers matters not just a little but a lot. But I can only speak for Denmark, of course. But we have taken in already so many that talking about numbers doesn't even matter, because there's so many that it doesn't make sense. There was a Danish politician who was from Syria, elected some time ago. He's not in parliament right now, but he told a story about how it was when he came to Denmark, and he was only 15 at the time, I think, and he entered a school class where someday they had a speak about homosexuality, and he told his class how they should just be killed, all of them, and they reacted very harshly against that notion. And what he tells is that that day he changed his opinion on that topic, because he was met with a reaction he had never met before in his own communities. But what he also says is that had there just been one or maybe two other persons in that class who had agreed with him on these topics, he doesn't think he would have changed his mind. So numbers matters, but they don't just matter a little; they matter a lot.
You point out something interesting, Robert. You point to the different stages of migration, different times. Jonathan Haidt did a huge, I don't know if you know about him. Jonathan Haidt has looked at morality in different countries, from India to the US, throughout Europe, and so on. And he says that it's something odd. During the 80s and 90s, when he did this, the morality between the middle class in India was not that far away from the morality in the European country, middle class in the European countries or in the US. Why is it so? Because Western culture had an impact in these countries at a time. They watched Western movies, listened to Western music, they read Western books even. So they had an understanding of the West and what the West was. I myself, when we came to Norway during at the end of the 80s, we wanted to live in a Western country, live like Westerners. It wasn't just a question of having a car or getting free education, but it was living a Western life. That was important to us. We knew to a certain degree what the West was, what Western ideas were. What I see is that, as you pointed out, Rob, that has changed over time. A lot of the migrants that I see come to Norway from different countries, it's not the Western way of life that's important to many of them, but it's the welfare. It's having free education, and I understand it. I'm not criticizing. I understand it. I do understand it. But as you mentioned, the different ways things have changed, but I think at the core, if you explain to people that, well, if you want to have free education, have a welfare system, there are certain rules that goes with that. You cannot, and let me just explain. I explained to a lot of borders with minority backgrounds. I said that, well, if you really think that this society is that bad, generally, why do we have a well-functioning welfare system? If you go back to your own country, any country outside the Nordic countries, they don't have a well-functioning welfare system. Free education is a saga. Why is it so? There are structures here, and most people seem to grasp that. But the left has also done something very interesting. They have actively worked towards migrant communities by telling them that they're the victims of everything, taking hope from the youth, by telling that you're a victim for racism or discrimination or whatever it is. And that's how they have, over time, recruited voters and sold them this ideology. And now that you see this kind of magnetism that's going on, and the negative effects of it.
And it is sort of an irony, actually. Yeah. There's a sort of irony in that, which is that for the most part, migrants, when they arrive in the West, are family-oriented, entrepreneurial. You know, in many ways, they're the ideal conservative voters, and yet they end up in.
One would think that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, when you mentioned that, I must say that we as conservatives have been too defeatist in the social issues regarding, for example, family and so on. So maybe I don't think a lot of the migrant communities even know where we stand on these issues, because we have been too busy talking about cold things as economy and so on, which is of course important, but without the value spectrum also, I think a lot of those people will not be convinced by our standpoints. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I think the best book on the subject that I've read is the reflections on the. No, it's not. It's a play on words on Birkin book. It's Christopher Colwell's book, the reflections in the. I think it is reflections on
Revolution.
It's the same title as the Burke's book. What he basically says is that the establishment has been busy over the last 50 years, for whatever reasons, importing a new underclass to replace they've been searching for the cheaper underclass. I think that's I think important kind of angle to that problem.
There's another. I mean, the average migrant, at least to some countries in Europe, are good conservative voters, or should have been. But we forget that there are huge differences between European countries. The more resourceful migrants usually go to France, Britain, and the US, and the further north you come, the least resourceful they become, to be quite honest. And that is something that's been looked into. But there's another issue at hand. When you look at, especially North Africa, the Middle East, a lot of the people that come to European countries tend to be left-leaning. Why? Because they belong to a political, to the anti-establishment groups within the society. They are against the regimes that run these countries, and most of these people are left-leaning. And they see the regimes in the countries that they come from as puppets to Western governments. That's the real fact. I lived in Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, and Afghanistan. I'm born in Iran. These are the facts. And if we're going to sell in conservative, if you're going to communicate with these people, you got to first of all make them get them to understand that the realities that they've been sold in their own home countries is not the real facts. There are differences here. It was the conservatives that abolished slavery, for instance. It was the conservatives that worked rigorously against colonialism at one point. So we have to get that in, and after that we could make them into good conservative voters. Because as I mentioned at home as well, most migrants in Norway, they own small businesses. They're very, education is quite important to them, education of their kids. So these are the things that we are quite good at, and we need to actually communicate to them.
So we're very quickly running out of time, so I'm going to ask one last question, which is there cause for optimism? Can we see a way ahead to preserve free society? Or is it all doom and gloom?
I think I lived a life where being pessimistic doesn't get you to survive anything. So you have to be optimistic. I think there are solutions. I think a free society is stronger than we think. I think liberal values are stronger than we think. But we have to also acknowledge that liberal societies and democracies and free values are under pressure. And we need to consolidate to defend these values and get people to understand, especially migrant communities, what these values are all about. And that is in their core interest to protect these values and support them.
Yes, I also think there is room for optimism, but maybe not as much as Mahmoud thinks, because I don't think you should not harbor under any naive illusion that we will return to a state where we're not going to have, if we're talking about immigration, first of all, problems with migrants in the European societies. People have come, and some of them will never leave. So that's just how it is. But that doesn't mean we should do anything in our power to make sure that the European societies stay free and open as much as we can. But of course, we will have to move in another, totally another direction in policy-wise. We have to have a total halt on asylum and family reunifications and from selected countries. We have to have deportation of criminal foreigners at first conviction. We have to have a total halt on public benefits for people without citizenships. We have to have a significant authority presence in certain areas, and a total zero tolerance for crime and antisocial behavior, total rejection of all Islamic influence in society, and last of all, an active culture and education policy that supports and protects Christianity, European culture, and lifestyle. That is the minimum if we have to be a little optimistic.
The best answer to that question, are you optimist, has been given another great thinker that I really admire as a scholar of religion, Houston Smith, has said he differentiates between optimism and hope. And he said that I'm not optimist, but I'm hopeful. And gave that example that if you have a parents who have a severely retarded child, there is not much cause for optimism. But all you can do is just pour your love on that poor child, and that is, I think, what we are called upon to do.
So optimism, caution, and hope. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now there will be a short break, a coffee break, and please take advantage of the beautiful surroundings here at the hotel. It's possible to go outside, but please be back in your seats by 10:50 as we will start the next panel. So please be back in time for that. 10:50. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please be seated. Please be seated for the next panel. The title of the next panel is Sovereignty, Security, and a Thriving Society. And we have the pleasure of having as a moderator for this panel, a chairman for a local chapter of the Finns Party Youth, Samuel Rapinoja Di Carvalho. Welcome to the stage.
Yes, thank you everyone for attending. Thank you for the introduction. I know you're keen on hearing the speakers, so I will keep my portion very short. But first, I would like the speakers to come on stage so that I'm not introducing you when everybody sees only the back of your head. So please, Anna Molberg, Christian Anton, Smedhaug, and Mahmoud Farahmand, please come up on stage. And please, everyone, applaud. Please, come on. Yeah, so Anna is you're on the back side, and Mahmoud closer to me, and then Christian Anton here on the center. Yes. Yes, so this panel is sovereignty, security, and a thriving society. And partially, I think, the job of ideologues like ourselves, conservative ideologues like ourselves, is the game of definitions and defining what the terms mean of which we speak. And so sovereignty being something that I think conservatives, especially in Europe because of the EU, is something that we're focused on. The ability to govern ourselves and make sure that the decisions that are made in society are made by elected officials that are like us and that understand us, rather than nameless, faceless bureaucrats somewhere out in Europe. But sovereignty also has a national aspect that, like I said, it's not only that we've directly elected officials, but this national aspect of being governed by people who are like us and understand us, not only in proximity, but in culture as well. Security can mean a lot of things as well, and this is why in this panel we're also defining security somehow, be it food security and being aware of being ready for crises, but also national security, obviously with the past year and Russian conflicts, which I don't think surprised any Finns or any clever Europeans. We've all understood what kind of nation Russia is, but it really became clear in the last year. But there are other security issues, internal and external, be that Islamic terror, etc., or food security and being ready for crises. Also, the third, I think, is the most vague term, a thriving society. What means a society is thriving? What are the metrics we use? And what are the prerequisites for a society to succeed and thrive? So I hope this will be a very enriching discussion about these three topics. And so our first speaker, Anna Molberg, is a conservative Norwegian politician who is a parliamentarian for the Conservative Party, lawyer, and has also been previously an advisor for the parliament, and is the chairman of Ny Norsk Kulturpris, which is the New Norwegian Culture Prize. Pardon my pronunciation. Christian Anton Smedhaug, or Smedhaug, is the manager of AgriAnalyze, which is a research company focusing on issues related to agriculture and politics. A PhD in ecology from the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, where he also lectures as associate professor. He's also written numerous books related to agriculture, political economy, and politics, and he's a member of the EEA committee. And Mahmoud, who probably wouldn't need a second introduction, but for the topic of this panel, he has a 2-decade expertise in security from his military background with security threat analysis and analyzing countries and foreign affairs. So please welcome Anna with thunderous applause as our first speaker.
Thank you very much for a lovely introduction. Dear friends, dear colleagues, you couldn't have chosen a better venue for this conference than in Helsinki. Finland has just joined the other 30 capitals of Europe and North America in the NATO alliance. And here we are. Let me add right away my sincerest wish that Sweden's accession will be swift too. NATO needs a strong Nordic bloc, and the Nordic countries need to be able to participate wherever we can. No one should doubt the historical and cultural bonds between us, Scandinavian neighbors. But our security does not rest on bonds alone. We need formal alliances for our security. And why NATO? Because NATO is based on something deeper between like-minded nations. It's not an alliance of convenience. It also expresses the deep affinity between different countries. And Finland and Sweden's NATO applications are direct consequences of Russia's attack on Ukraine. The same is true for the rally around the cause between Western countries and EU. That is not to say that we can trust that the newly discovered attraction will last or that we can take it for granted. Far from it. If there's something history has taught us, it is that Europe is really good at finding a way to drift apart over minor disagreements. We are good at what Sigmund Freud called the narcissism of minor differences. Hence the importance of conferences like this. And the most important thing of learning from the war in Ukraine, to me, is the following. You can be victorious if you have American and Western weaponry and Ukrainian will to fight. The Western cohesion rests on our ability to keep supporting Ukraine. But what about our own traditions and values? We have a strong cultural infrastructure. But are we willing to maintain it? Do we care enough about it? In the Iliad, we read about Nestor advising Agamemnon to divide his troops according to families. The men would fight more eagerly if they fought for the survival of their brothers and cousins. This is the eternal lesson from war. And from the ongoing war in Ukraine, you need something to care about. The Ukrainians definitely do, and they fight for their freedom. In an interview some years ago, the late Roger Scruton described conservatism as the ability to care for something and the desire to protect it. The same applies in our culture. We have Western advanced economies, technology, democracy, and impressive art and music. But do we believe in the value of our culture? What I'm trying to say is that I'm wondering if we have the required trust in our culture to stand up for it and advance it. I'm not saying that we are threatened by some imminent crisis or anything, but perhaps maybe a gradual undermining of values like freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. We are, for example, always ransacking our vocabulary to find non-offensive terminology. We don't always dare to speak our mind anymore. Roald Dahl's books are scrutinized for political incorrectness. J.K. Rowling spoke her mind about genders. Now, the Harry Potter actors refuse to share a stage with her. Never mind that they all owe their careers to her authorship. In our culture, we always talk about freedom and that we value it. But what is freedom these days? Where do we see it today? It is common in political philosophy to separate positive freedom from negative freedom. It could also be termed freedom to and freedom from. All Western democracies today have large state bureaucracies, developed welfare states, and social programs. The era of the night watcher state is long gone. Is the division between positive and negative freedom of any use? I think the answer to that is yes. Furthermore, I think it's of use to the topic we are asked to address today. And let me briefly provide my reasons for saying so. Every politician in the West today claims to be on the side of freedom. Most political standpoints are justified with reference to this one concept. Hence, we need to distinguish between the different kinds of freedoms. Traditionally, there has been a left-right distinction between the two forms of freedom. The conservative side has been preoccupied with negative freedom, the freedom from this and that, high taxes, state control, and regulations. The socialist side has been keen to further an agenda of positive freedom. The wish list for new rights and regulations is always long. And as an MP from one of the largest welfare states in the world, I feel this list will never come to an end. It's going to boost our inflation through the roof. And the result? People lose economic freedom more and more. 80% of Norwegians own their debt-financed houses. And the mortgage rates are increasing every month right now. My generation is not used to this at all. We are used to 2% mortgage rates, not 5 or 6. Over time, the distinction between the types of freedom has blurred. Conservative parties has also contributed to this. I'm sure many here today feel that the right has lost its way. And that's partially attributable to the fact that we too increase government spending from time to time. For better or worse, the Nordic welfare states provides us with a safety net we all consider necessary to some extent. It gives us freedom from economic ruin when we get old or if we get sick or injured. But for conservative politicians, it also gives us reasons to worry about how to finance it for future generations. Because in Norway, our safety net just keeps expanding. Admittedly, we do have a gigantic oil fund, but I can assure you that this is not big enough to cover our welfare costs if we don't reduce them. To conclude, I think it's time for conservatives to reclaim the notion of freedom. We are against oppression, whether it be lawful military aggression broadly or various attempts to curb freedom of thought and expression. We also need to always think twice before we introduce new regulations, increased public spending, and more taxes. This is a huge debate in Norway at the moment because we experience a leftist government whose taxation policy and invasive legislation for businesses is pushing them to move out of our country in favor of Switzerland. We have seen that the West can succeed and prosper, but perhaps we must rediscover the foundations of our culture again. A clear concept of freedom is a place to start. Secondly, I think freedom also means economic integration, especially between NATO allies. The West is and should remain to be our primary home base, both economically and regards to security. No man is an island. That applies to countries as well, I think. But most importantly, freedom means to avoid falling for various socialist ideas. As Karl Popper famously said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to the lovely country of Finland in these special times for our Nordic countries and for Europe as a whole, as was very good presented by Anna here. And I will try to reflect upon the, so we say, relatively broad-scaled theme of our session here. Something is based on some books, unfortunately only in Norwegian. There's also an English one, which is on agriculture and global supply and demand. So that will be for some other time. But now I think we are related to the basics as, in my view, are the two defining issues of my work on this, and this is from Nikos Davila, and my friends here on the panel don't see it, but violence is not necessary to destroy a civilization. Each civilization dies from indifference towards the unique values which created it. So we need to know where we are from, how to develop the unique history of a civilization, but also of different nation states which are relatively different in a European context as well, even if we cooperate, but how to cooperate is the big issue. And the state is the most valuable of all human achievements, and no effort is enough to make it capable of functioning in the best possible way. And that's why we're also discussing how do we make it function in the best possible way. That's the real big issue, and the state cannot be ignored. It must be adapted, and it must be used sustainable. And then we go on. And with the European civilization, with different cultural areas, we have the Protestant Northwest, you see, including parts of Balticum, that we see Estonia and Latvia, and Lithuania is going into the more Catholic camp. And then we have the Orthodox Christianity, Catholic Christianity, and some parts of the Muslim world. And that means that Europe is a kind of defining civilization. At the same time, it has relatively big internal differences, which has to be handled if you really shall take the conservative and the value and tradition-based policies seriously. And that gives rise to different kinds of conservatives as well. It's relatively easily put out like Christian Democrats, which is more continental, maybe more Catholic. You have conservative parties in Norway, like you have here, and also in the Nordic party countries, you also have traditional farmers' parties, which is not so much used in continental Europe. And then we have more market liberal parties, like the Anglo-Saxon, more like maybe attached to the Reformed Church. And now, in the last 20, 30 years, we have the right-wing populists, which we have more or less all over, related to the national situation. And as we see it in parts of Denmark, and we see it in parts of Norway historically, that you have some kind of conservative social democrats, where you have some splitted part of that movement too. It means that the basic is it's a relatively big potential for getting support. It's relatively broad scale, and it is in different countries you have a relatively large basis potentially. But there are also the challenges between Burke's conservatism versus Hayek's economic liberalism, which is also mentioned in the Nostos conference pamphlet, which I think is important. And you have the cultural liberalism and the individualism that follows it, and which in many cases could be opposed to conservative values, especially related to traditional and Christianity. So there are challenges also on this side and how to handle and balance these two, economic liberalism and the cultural liberalism that could be in contrast to the classical conservative thinking, which I think we will discuss more in the next panel. But these are the basics that we have to handle. And I think John Hertz in 1950 and then also in 1951 was writing about political realism versus political idealism, and the challenge with liberalism that has no outside enemy and then swells towards victory and it's attained victory, and when it goes onto its own society, then you can get really liberalism in excess. And can unchecked liberalism destroy the fabric that society relies upon? Is that one of what we are now, in a way, a part of what we are approaching when we see the challenges for family, state, faith, cultural norms, and traditions? And this is also part of our ideological way of behaving and what we should manage to discuss and handle. But in my view, I think what we see is that the conservatism is a kind of freedom and order. I've taken that from an earlier conservative MP in Norway, this Lars Roar Langslet. This was maybe was the defining conservative thinker some generation ago. And freedom and order, I think, is a relatively good sum up. And in my view, a realistic national and economic policy based on values that have and will build society in the future. It's no utopism. And every nation and country have its own history, culture, and tradition. And this must be handled together with the challenge of having a reasonable cooperation. And if you add on that to a kind of scientific thinking, and the basic thesis in science is that you should not change anything if you're not sure it will be better. The one who is the changer has to make good, that is most likely that the change will do something better. Now we often have the situation where the one who is opposing the change has to make sure that the opposition is the real thing. So there is the conservatism, which was the basic of science, is in a way reversed. So the one who are against the change have actually to make the claim that it is wrong. And that is, I think, a kind of reversal of known historical knowledge. So what I believe to get a thriving society is we must have balance versus extreme solutions. We must have freedom versus a big state. We must have evolution and not revolution. We reform to sustain. That's of course important, but it's a kind of evolutionary process. And we have entrepreneurship versus regulation. And as just mentioned, we have so much regulation now, and we're really seeing that it's challenging for industry, not just in Norway, but in Europe in general. Losing a little to US, losing a little to the Gulf area, and we are losing to Singapore and parts of China. And we have the discussion between nation versus union. But we have a positive view of the future, and I think that is important in a time where everything is questioned and people are, at least a lot of them are feeling relatively depressed. We have had some challenges. I will not go thoroughly through them, and there are, as you know, relatively big opposition has been, and I think the Merkel versus Orban is the historical one, was defined over the last decennium. But the nation states have to solve what the union could not. And looking to Finland, this was one of the few countries that was really prepared when things happened, both military and with their Forsørgingsberedskapssentralen, and keeping up the traditional historical and the traditions and what was the experience-based solutions that the state kept, even when you had the fall of the Berlin Wall. The Finnish were keeping their institutions, and now everyone wants them back. And I think that is something that the Finns can be very proud of, and I guess they are. And when we come down then to the Nordic countries, which was early kingdoms and old nations, relatively large homogeneity. We have the family farming, we have the state church, and the Lutheran Protestantism. It's a relatively unique construction in the Western world, with the state. With the state church that really made the states so large and so efficient. So when the social democracy overtook it in just before and after the Second World War, it was made of values and a system that they really didn't, I would say, took very seriously. So in a way, these have been broken down over generations. The efficient state that was built on values made before the social democracy overtook it, and I think that is not very well understood. And I think Lars Tregård has put it relatively relatively well, that you have some kind of state individualism. We have a strong state giving, through the welfare state, giving lots of opportunities, and that means that we can be lovers of freedom and still have a relatively efficient state serving the people. And that means that the welfare state, it should be reasonably limited and not too big, but it should give room for individual freedom that, in a way, has created this state individualism, and that is where we start from. So where are we now? I think we are in a situation where we have a system of thoughts in which time has come. There are somewheres versus anywheres, which I think is put very well, and we are the somewheres, I guess. And we see at the lack of trust, we see the lack of trust in ideologies and in globalism, and we see the loss of support for established parties. And that means that I think the conservative thoughts and the historical-based system that we rely upon has now has its time. And as Dr. Doom, Mr. Noral Rubini said just after the financial crisis, we know that the laissez-faire of the Anglo-Saxon model has some way failed. The voodoo economics of the continental European model of deficit-driven welfare states have failed, so we need something new. And behind me here, I have Mr. Ronald Reagan. And the last arrival, it was freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of enterprise. And I just reread his farewell address to the nation, which I think very well can be reread. And as he said, what was actually the great revival was a rediscovery of our values and our common sense. And that was coming out from the 60s with the culture wars and the depression in the 1970s. And then, as I discussed with Hannes, he gave some kind of political entrepreneurship that really made the West great again, in a way. By the proven values and by both the values, but also on an economic policy. So you cannot manage this just on the values. You have to have a reasonable economic policy. It's also about bread and butter, which we now see with the inflation situation. So we must handle this economic and the value-based things in the same way, and we must answer both of them. So that, I believe, could be some part of to look back, not because you can just, we can take that playbook, but we can be inspired and see what functioned, what did not function, what is for today, what was yesterday. And Reagan was also inspired by especially Franklin D. Roosevelt and part of the New Deal. I know I should soon stop. And I just found this one. This is the Century of the Common Man. That was a speech that was given to every soldier during the Second World War, and this is the Norwegian one. It was given so we can have it in the pocket while fighting, and reread the idea of freedom through the New Deal, which was what you were fighting for during the early 1940s. And that was also what inspired part of Reagan's institution, the values and the Franklin D. Roosevelt and the freedom-loving people marched as the SSA. And democracy is the only true political expression of Christianity, that Mr. Wallace said, and he was the vice president of Franklin D. Roosevelt. So I should not follow up on that one. We can put it out afterwards as well. So I'll just end it here. I think it is about how to handle a nation, how to get the economic balance, how to reinvent the liberty and the traditions. I think the goal put much right here in the left part as a kind of a Europe of nations. And I think the slogan of the order of liberalism and after the Wirtschaftswunder of Germany, so much market as possible, so much state as necessary, is relatively reasonable. And then we can find a balanced, adaptable, real-world experience based on the conservative system of thoughts, as I prefer to call it, because I think ideology is not that clear-cut, but the conservatism is adapted to the local nations in addition to having a lot in common. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Yes, you do now. I'll keep it a bit shorter. My focus will be on the, to put it in military terms, the willingness to use violence, as we call it. Values are good. The belief in religion is good. The belief in a free society is good. But the willingness to use organized violence to protect these values are critical. That is something the West had forgotten. I remember my years back in the early 2000s at the Norwegian Army Academy. One of our main focuses within geopolitics was codependence. As long as countries do trade with each other, there will be no wars, we were told. I, being the rebel that I am, objected with consequences that it had for me. The grades weren't top that time, to put it mildly. But the fact was, at that time when I objected, it was a pretty basic thing, as I mentioned here. Believing that everyone shares the same values globally is a myth. But believing that we have some certain values, some certain aspects on how the world should be run, and being willing to use organized violence to protect them is essential. And we see that in how the West, or how we in the Western world have approached the rest of the world. We have spoken softly. We have, over time, built down our armed forces, with the consequence that when the war in Ukraine came along, we were not prepared for it. Our intelligence services, to a certain degree, were not able to gauge what was going on there. And that's also a result of something else. Samuel Huntington has said that the armed forces need to be a conservative institution within a democracy, and I do agree. Just to give you a concrete example, in order to build up muscle memory to do a simple movement, it takes about 1,000 to 1,500 repetitions. To change that, you have to first de-learn it and then do 1,500 repetitions to learn it. That in itself takes a lot of time. Taking that from an individual level and bringing that up to a armed forces level, changing an armed force from one focus to another takes decades, takes a lot of time. That's what we did. We rebuilt our armed forces with focus to fighting small wars with tribal opponents across the world. That has also the effect that now that we are going into a kind of a Cold War state, we are not all that prepared. It will take us decades to get there. So for me as a politician, when we are talking about rebuilding or refocusing our armed forces, in Norway or anywhere else, I'm quite clear on one point: this will take time. And as my colleague Anna mentioned, no armed force is worth more than the population's willingness to fight for some values. All the arms or the tanks or the planes in the world will not solve anything, but the willingness to stand behind these values are the core thing. I will refer to Samuel Huntington again, and something that he wrote in the book from the 1960s, that is, I think, The Soldier and the State. The soldier is the army. No army is better than its soldiers. The soldier is also a citizen. In fact, the highest obligation and privilege of the citizen is that of bearing arms for one's country. He elaborates on that point, country, in the book, and he elaborates again on the point of what values are we there to protect. I will also point to another very popular way of putting this. It's quite good to speak softly, but you have to be willing to carry a big stick to back up your soft words. Without that, there will be no sovereign states. And without the ability to provide for your people the safety that they need, they will end up choosing something else. A true example of that we see in a country such as South Africa. A few years ago, South Africa was part of the BRICS countries, as we all know of. Right now, South Africa is a huge mess because the people's trust in the government and the politicians to provide safety and security for them is gone, basically. I will leave it at that, and I look forward to the conversation.
Yes, I think jumping off from the last speech here, let's jump into the topic of security. My question might be a bit broad, but bear with me. what do you believe, for all the panelists here, is the biggest or primary threat to security for Nordic countries? Do you really believe military threats are the primary threat? Is it our food security or unpreparedness for crisis? Is it global markets with information technology, Chinese espionage, etc.? What do you think is the primary focus, or what is an area that we lack focus on when it comes to national security?
I could probably give it a go. I think that there is no contrast here. We having a army, a strong deterrent army, is the center of this. But one thing that we do not, or we have started to speak more about it after the war in Ukraine began. But before that, we had so-called value chains. The chains that were dependent on metals, energy, so what be it, to keep up the structure of society. Germany had a interesting experience because of the war. They're dependent on Russian energy, didn't pay off. And that brings me to a point that we as humans we are not able to learn from history, because what Germany experienced last year is something the West experienced during the 70s, but led to the energy crisis of the 70s with Iran and Saudi Arabia closing off the oil supplies that led to the inflation of the 80s and so on. So history repeats itself, and we are not able to learn that being dependent on autocracies is not the way to go ahead. So value chains and dependence on metals and energy is something that we need to get a lot more focus on.
Yes, Christian Anton, and then we'll have Anna.
Yeah, I want to follow up on Mahmoud here, because I think it's a very I think what the 2020s really seems to be about is about industrial value chain and the future of production. And when you look at the US, which has this Inflation Reduction Act on $370 billion US, and then they have this CHIP Act, which is about the same size, and everything goes, so who will have the technology for the future, and who will have the value chain with from metals to energy, and how do you really operate this? And that means that in a way you are going back to before the fall of the Berlin Wall, because then you were trading with what we now call friendshoring. You were trading with friends, and you had a home shoring where you produced what you really needed at home, or you had different kind of agreements with your loyal friends. And if you were not sure of that, then you had storage in addition. You have grain storage, you had medicines, you have medical equipment like the Finns had when the COVID came. They may have stored it a little too long, possibly, but even though if they really had done this work properly in all of the countries, wouldn't have needed the real big economic and trust loss that actually happened in afterwards the corona situation. So I think the value chain and preparedness is the two big things, because the two big things that actually has taken us aback in the last 2 years, that will be the disease situation, and it will be the invasion in Ukraine. We were not prepared for anything. It means it's very hard to be prepared, but it's relatively easy to know what you will need in an emergency situation. So I think you must go the other way around and start to look for preparedness, look for agreements, and you must have a really good economic and technological policy, because my last point here is that if you are not on the train now living with the semiconductors and the really advanced industrial policy, it's very hard to join it. And that's Europe's big challenge, especially, for example, with Africa, because the difference between an industrial country now and an industrial country 30 years ago is that 30 years ago you could still industrialize with cheap hands like China did. Now it's very hard to industrialize with cheap hands. If you are losing out on a technological train, you are losing out on welfare in the long run. And I think that's a real big challenge.
Yes. And Anna.
Yeah, well, you asked what our biggest threat is today, and I would say it's a mix between different topics, but of course the military threat is really there right now, and And I think we need to discuss more how we finance our military. I think the military now in NATO and especially in Norway, it's a pure question of insufficient investments in our military. And I think the war, and I really hope that the war in Ukraine has contributed to change our minds about how we spend money on the military and the army. And does Europe need to step up militarily and the finances? Yes, of course, absolutely. And do we need to take better care of our security? I think yes. And we need to build defense capabilities, but also at the same time imbue our citizens with the will to defend ourselves and the will to fight if it should be required. And as in Norway right now, we just received a report from this Governmental Defense Commission, which presented an assessment of our military posture, and it argued in essence that our defense budgets should be doubled at least. So that's the situation we are in Norway right now, and I think that applies also for the rest of the NATO alliance as well.
Yes.
While Christian was talking, I came to referring back to the first panel we had here. One of our main issues is, one thing is access to energy and metals. Another thing is the labor force. I mean, that's the scarcity that we have in the entire Western world. Even China is going into a huge labor force issue, and they're 10 years ahead of us. So taking in mind that all these things are interconnected, and we're not going to get, there are no easy solutions. And to Anna, I do agree with you, Anna, but my point is that giving, and I'm speaking as a former army officer, giving a lot of money to an armed force, it does not solve the main issue at hand right now. We have to take into account that, again, the competition between the armed forces and the rest of the society is there. The rest of the social structure also needs this personnel. How do we solve that? Norway has 5 million inhabitants. How do we find that trade-off between having a strong army, a strong standing army, and keeping up the rest of the social welfare system that we need to?
Yes. I want to ask a sort of follow-up to, this was sort of riffed off of what was talked about here, especially with the dependency chains. If, at least to Christian, if dependency is one of the key threats to the Nordic countries or European countries in general, what kind of trade policies, what kind of stance towards the EU and to the global markets should European countries take, should Nordic countries take to solve the threat of codependency, which is it only a codependency to autocracies like Russia and China, or is dependency even within the European Union an issue that we should solve, so to speak?
Well, I think mainly you must be dependent on someone, and you must have some friends, and it must accept that these friends probably will be possible to cooperate with you in a difficult situation, and then you must make some choices. And I believe you must avoid the authoritarian regimes like you just mentioned, and it's happening a lot now on the Eastern Front, as we know. It's happening relatively fast as well with China, when NATO has defined it as a potential enemy and try to get out of the dependency on critical products and commodities. And that means that I think Europe could use an even stronger priority on who should do what. Take a Norwegian context, we are relatively good at metals processing industry, but we are using more money on batteries. And batteries, we have no edge in batteries, but we have an edge in processing industry. We could do a lot of refining of rare earth metals and magnesium and all these kind of metals. That is all important, but EU do not have the power, but we have the whole production system. But we have been dependent on China for too long. But what we are doing most of is hydrogen and batteries. So I think we are not really gone into the strategic thinking that are necessary, especially on a European level. And my fear is that we are going from a high-income society to some kind of high-income, middle-income society if we do not succeed with these things. And I believe that we are doing, all the countries are doing too much of the same thing, and we are competing with each other on all these batteries and this Fit for 55 in a very, I feel, very in a way that we are more or less doing the same everybody, and we are all winners or all losers with that strategy, and I think that is a big risk. And it's not taking this different economic value chains and the different economic traditions of the countries. Is not taking them really seriously, and that I fear that you could have. No, I just pull it very far, but you could have a little more Soviet situation. Even everyone succeeds, or everyone fails, and that's a big risk.
Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, I also want to add in this mix of, well, different issues, also the fact that people in a thriving society must be happy and harmonic. And Mahmoud, you said you were talking about labor. That's a big issue right now. We lack labor in Norway, in Europe, in the Nordic countries. And in Norway especially, we see young people, they're not finishing school. They are not taking part of the work life. They tend to go on benefits. And that's a really, really serious development that we need to do something about. And I think I'm really concerned, actually, about young people, young generations' mental issues and mental health as of today. I saw this article or survey in Financial Times showing that mental illnesses between young people have escalated after around 2010. And what happened in 2010? Well, we got smartphones. We got on social media. That became our main platform of communication. We don't meet up face-to-face anymore. We communicate through digital telephones and computers, and that's kind of absurd, actually. And we develop these mental illnesses that will throw us back. And I'm really concerned about that, because we always have this phone within arm's reach 24/7, and I think that is really destroying the youth mental health today. In our party, in the Conservative Party, where I and Mahmoud just went to a party conference, we tried to ban mobile telephones in schools, actually, but we didn't succeed. We didn't get an agreement on that. But you have some local regulations in Norwegian schools and stuff. But I think it's time to act nationally when it comes to social media and young people and phones, because, well, the mental illnesses are escalating. And I think that also needs to be mentioned in this debate about thriving societies and freedom. Yeah.
Yes, and jumping onto the topic of thriving society and maybe even sovereignty, a lot of the mental health and other effects can be seen quite clearly in the absolutely critical birthing crisis that's happening in Europe, with birth rates plummeting everywhere to a frightening degree. What are really the core issues that cause this, and if the only solution which most of the time progressives and liberals offer for the birthing crisis is only completely unlimited mass immigration, what are the pitfalls that happen or that we face for national security? So this is the question: what are the pitfalls that we face with this? What are the solutions to the birthing crisis? Is it first we solve the problems that will solve the birthing crisis? Is it the other way around? And secondly, are we at danger of diluting Nordic democracy and Nordic culture with mass immigration, with rise of, say, Islamic or immigrant parties that we have seen bits and pieces of in different places in Europe?
I could have a go on that point. You mentioned migrant parties, that was a cue to me. I perceived that way. If you look at migrant parties, you look to Sweden, they were essential in destroying the left's majority in Sweden, and that's why the Conservative Party and the moderates won the vote, because the migrant parties, when they rise, at least, they compete with the socialists. And they don't get enough mandates, so they just mess everything up. But that's one part of it. But I think this, if we talk about birth rates in Europe, you have to take into consideration a few things. One is that urbanization in itself reduces the birth rate. That's all over the world. Even in a country that I'm born, Iran, when people move to the cities, they have less kids over time. That's the way it is. We could talk about fiscal policies or taxes, and monetary policy is a bit more difficult. You cannot, what are you going to do? Reduce the interest rate for families that have 5 kids? That's not going to work. It's going to be difficult. But you could use a fiscal policy to a certain degree. But we have to also take into account that we want equality in our societies. We want people to be a part of the labor force. The discussion that we have had back home in Norway is that if people start having kids a bit earlier than they do in Norway, I don't know what the average age is, I know you probably have better control than I do. I'll just say because
33, I think.
33. If you could reduce that by 5 years, people could maybe have time to have another kid, maybe have 3 children instead of 2. These are the debates that we could have. But I think I don't think a mass migration is the solution, because based on the discussion we had earlier today. But you have to also take into account that we will need skilled labor. There are not enough experts in the world for all the IT technology changes that we're going to do. Industry 4.0 in itself will demand thousands of IT experts. We don't have that many, hundreds of thousands. We don't have that many in Europe. So we have to have skilled migration, but we have to also have fiscal policies that in a way contribute to a higher birth rate. But that's a complicated question to this.
Yes, and then Anton and then Anna, very briefly, because we're running out of time, unfortunately, how do we solve the birthing crisis? Why are we not thriving? Why is everyone depressed? And is immigration diluting...
On a positive note.
Yes, and is immigration diluting Nordic democracy?
Yeah, thank you. That was an easy one.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, but as Rezan pointed out earlier on, it has to do with family policy as well. So just to take an example of a country that has succeeded. In 2010, Norway had 1.9 children per woman, and now we have 1.4. In 2010, Hungary had 1.2. Now they have 1.5. I think they have the most extensive incentive system. So it functions if you really want to prioritize it. But we are not prioritizing. Actually, I think you're using more money on immigration than on fertility, just to put it relatively bluntly. And that means that it is possible, but you must do the work. Everyone is talking about now on defense, and they've suddenly increased it at 1% of GNP more or less all over, but you do nothing on the fertility rates is the core of the people in a way, and how you manage to uphold the tradition and culture, and how you manage to have continuity on it. So, and then going to immigration, I think, as in all conservative thinking, it must be balanced. And if you take in many on a short time, you must integrate before you can take more. Or you must do it, as it was said, it was an asylum, meaning that it was for a limited period. And then you go back, as you did during the Second World War and all these kind of aspects. So we must, in a way, restart the asylum thinking, and we must do the quantitative maths, I believe, and we must do the quantitative maths for the young people. And the most important people in the society is the ones who are between 25 and 40. Because they are deciding everything. What they decide in these 15 years is defining their whole future. And that we must give them the right opportunity. And that's a failure of our society today. So that must be the main focus, I believe. Thank you.
And Anna.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly comment on the birth rate issue, the question, and I'm in the Social and Labor Committee in the Norwegian Parliament, and we address this issue all the time. And we went to Japan a couple of months ago, where we discussed this a lot. In Japan, the birth rates are 1.4. In Norway as well, it's the same. Norway is, though, a bigger welfare state. You get more benefits for having kids. In Japan, you don't. But the discussion between our committee and the Japanese politicians were, well, I noticed that we were so proud about our welfare state and all the money that we give you when you have kids, and we tried like to impose it on them, and they were like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe we should have something like that too. But then I sit there and I look at the numbers, and it's the same. We have the same problem. It's 1.4 in Norway, it's 1.5 in Japan. So all these benefits, all these economic incentives, are they really working? I'm not sure they are. Our family minister now this week just launched a huge package of she introduced new welfare goods and benefits in hope of getting Norwegians to have more kids. And I'm not really sure if throwing money on the problem is the solution. Let's see, but it's going to cost us, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yes, and thank you to all of our panelists. Yes, so better come to introduce the next set of panelists, and yeah, please, this way.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much, Samuel and the panel. And as the next panel is given the microphones, I'll take the opportunity to say a couple of words here. Last year, the first Nostos conference, we were happy to partner with New Direction, and also with the help of Roger Scruton Legacy Foundation. We did the conference in Oslo, and quite a few people. A few of the people, the faces I see here, were attending that conference, and also I see a lot of new faces, and we're really happy that you're all here. There is a lot of people that came from other countries. We have people coming in from even as far as Macedonia, Slovenia, and Vienna, and so on. So really happy that you're here. The theme of last year's conference was the life and legacy of Sir Roger Scruton. And so to this year's conference, we chose, after discussing it thoroughly, the concept and the overarching theme of liberty. And as we have already experienced, there are we have to defend as conservatives our freedoms, liberty on in several aspects, like as Päivi Räsänen was talking about, the personal freedoms of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and so on. And also, as the panelists have exemplified, freedoms in terms of national sovereignty on the national level. For this, as I mentioned earlier, we have made a magazine for this conference, and I hope that you will all hold on to this. Hopefully, if there will be more conferences such as this, you will have a nice collection in time. So in this, it's not only in introduction to the panels here, but you will see that there are some original articles here, amongst others by a friend of ours from Norway. We've been lucky, and a New Direction, in cooperation with them, we have been able with this conference to lift up some of our great Nordic intellectual minds, and in particular some from Norway. And Harald Andreas Aure has written a very interesting piece on one of the great minds to come out of Denmark, Norway, Ludvig Holberg. And I recommend you to, and then there's also an interview in here with Professor Fennis Hørcher, who is here. So I really recommend that you hold on to this one. You can of course leave it here for lunch, but by the end of the conference, I recommend you hold on to it. And now, while this conference has a different theme, overarching theme, than the last one, we still try to have some type of continuity between the panels. And this is a very interesting panel coming up here. It will go along with be a continuation of last year's panel on the same topic of Nordic conservatism. Nordic conservatism in the European perspective. What makes Nordic conservatism unique? And you will recognize some of the people that was on the panel last year, and we're looking forward to having them continue this discussion. If you would like to see the last year's discussion, it is on the New Directions YouTube channel. You can see all the panels from last year there. And with that, I would like to welcome to the stage the moderator for this panel. She's a broadcaster for GB News. She's also the UK director for Common Sense Society. And amongst many other things, many other roles, I welcome the inimitable Emma Webb.
Good morning, everyone. So you'll forgive me for being a typical Brit and not being able to pronounce any foreign names. So this is going to be your pre-lunch laugh, I think. So welcome to the panel on Nordic conservatism, particularly from a European perspective. This is something that interests me personally because I feel that the ties between particularly the English, but the British, and the Nordic nations are very much underemphasized, and I think that's to our detriment, both as Brits and also in Scandinavia. So let me just briefly introduce our panelists. So from Iceland we have, and please forgive me for saying these names incorrectly, we have Hannes Gesurason. I hope that was good. He's a professor of politics at the University of Iceland and the director of research at the Icelandic Research Centre for Innovation and Economic Growth. He's also the author of several books in Icelandic, English and Swedish, as well as having a DPhil in politics from the University of Oxford. Then we will hear from Jakob Söderbaum. He is the author of Modern Conservatism and has co-founded numerous conservative initiatives, including the Vandenberg Society, very close to my heart. From Denmark, we will hear also from Christian Aganda Skov, who is a historian and political commentator. He has a PhD on Danish interwar conservatism, and he is affiliated with the research project Conservatism at the Crossroads, Conservative Thought and the Renewal of Democratic Politics in Britain and Scandinavia. We will also be hearing separately commentary because of his great expertise, again from Christian Anton Smedshaug. I hope I've done justice to those names and not completely butchered them. So without further ado, could we put our hands together for our panelists?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here. As was mentioned, it is a bit of a continuation of the discussion last year, where I said a few things about Nordic liberalism and identified three major thinkers, Snorri Sturluson and Anders Chydenius and Nikolai Grundtvig, as the main conservative liberal thinkers in the Nordic countries. But now I'm actually going to approach the topic from a slightly different angle. I'm going to ask what makes Nordic conservative liberalism different from other kinds of conservative liberalism. By conservative liberalism, I mean a political position based on private property, free trade, limited government, and respect for tradition. And I think that what is really interesting and little understood about the conservative Nordic liberal tradition is that it rests on a long legal tradition. Snorri Sturluson, when he describes the speeches against the royal power by Torgny, the Swedish lawman, and the Icelandic farmer Einar, he is really articulating a tradition that existed before him. He wasn't creating a tradition. He was discovering, defining, and developing a tradition that already was there. As Michael Oakeshott, that some of you know, would agree on. Then if we go through the legal history of the Nordic countries, you see Jyske law, for example, the law of Jutland. In the preamble to that law, there is this conception of people having liberties. We see before us the sturdy peasant who insisted upon his liberties against the kings who are trying to encroach on his land and raise taxes on him. And the same actually in Ólafs Petri, whose preamble is written both in Finnish and Swedish law books to this time. You have the same conception there of liberties and the law under which the king is subject as well as everybody else. And this is something I think you wouldn't find in many places. The conception is that the king should be the guardian of the law, but not really a legislator. And this is an old German tradition that Friedrich Hayek, in his book Law, Legislation and Liberty, says was only maintained in England, in the common law tradition of England, but I would actually add also in the Nordic country to some extent, although challenged. So we have individual and collective liberties, and we have assemblies that make the law or define the law. And we also saw in the late Middle Ages and after that the kings were trying to break out of these constraints in the Nordic countries with absolutism. But then we had another characteristic. What I'm really seeking is what makes Nordic conservative liberalism different. And I think it is, which has actually been mentioned in some of the papers here, it is really the flourishing civil society, the third sector in the Nordic countries, the cohesion without commands. Because I think that the key to Nordic success is the rule of law, this strong legal tradition, free trade, and thirdly, cohesion, high level of trust. And that is articulated best, in my opinion, in Grundtvig, the Danish poet, and his definition of the Nordic cultural heritage. And even if he speaks himself a lot about danskheden, what he is basically about is the Nordic spirit in general. And what is so interesting about Grundtvig is that he emphasizes all these spontaneous associations that will provide for us a home, a sense of belonging. Why are the Nordic countries always surveyed to be the happiest in the world? It is because they have a sense of belonging. They have a strong collective identity which adds to their individuality. Even the Finnish communists, some of them prefer to be Finns rather than communists where they were faced with the challenge, like Arvo Tuominen in 1940 when he was asked to be a minister in the Kuosin government, and Yrjö Leino in 1948 when he was Minister of the Interior in Finland, and he warned the general who was in command of the Finnish army about an impending Finnish coup. So the Finn in those two guys conquered the communist within those two guys. Very interesting, this strong collective identity that we have, all of us, the five Nordic countries. And I think, as has been emphasized here, that over the centuries, 1,000 years, the Nordic countries have accumulated a lot of cultural capital that enables them to sustain themselves and withstand the socio-democratic onslaught. Grundtvig wrote wonderful poems about nationality basically being something that you should be able to choose. A nation is a nation that wants to be a nation And he also wrote, very interestingly, about one thing that preoccupied the Danish a lot in 1848. He said, let the people in northern Schleswig decide for themselves who wants to belong to Denmark and who wants to belong to Germany. And he was basically the only person with that view then. It's very interesting to see that. Now, we have two challenges to this common Nordic identity developed over 1,000 years. The first one was, of course, the attempts by the kings, militaristic kings like Christian IV in Denmark and Charles XII in Sweden, and then Gustav III, to become absolutist rulers. They succeeded to some extent, but they could never break down totally the strong Nordic legal tradition. But social democracy was really the new absolutism. And I think there have been thousands of books written about the Nordic identity being one of consensus, social democracy, and so on. I think this is totally wrong. It's a break with the great Nordic tradition of the sturdy peasants that tell the kings we are independent people. And we had, of course, ideologues that tried to justify royal absolute power. And then we reasserted ourselves, the great Nordic tradition, especially in the early 19th century, where there was a liberal revival in the Nordic countries. Take, for example, the fact that the Eidsvoll Constitution of 1814 was largely influenced directly by Adam Smith, because it was written by friends of his who had actually arranged for the translation of the Wealth of Nations into Danish, the first translation. So there is a direct link between the traditional conservative liberalism of David Hume, Edmund Burke, and Adam Smith, and the Nordic liberalism, conservative liberalism of the 19th century. And in parentheses, because Edmund Burke has been mentioned here a lot, I included Edmund Burke in my book about 24 conservative liberal thinkers, and David Hume, Adam Smith, and Edmund Burke were totally in agreement about private property and free trade. So I think that the Social Democrats, they were more a temporary phenomenon than anything expressing true Nordic identity. And they had, like the absolute kings, they had also thinkers that were trying to argue for the absolute power of the people. And to that I say, like a Danish politician in the 19th century, I am against the absolutism colored in purple, but I'm also against the absolutism dressed in wool. Namely, to exchange the king, absolute king, for the absolute people, instead of maintaining the traditional liberties of people and defining them into a general liberty. So the Social Democrats really, you know, they allowed themselves to be photographed in situations like this with the dictator Castro in Cuba. And we had in the years after the Second World War a very lively discussion in the Nordic countries about central planning, where the classical liberals, they basically won the argument, and they argued that socialism in the sense of central planning was not compatible with democracy. And Herbert Tingsten in Sweden, he agreed with this, and so did Eli Heckscher, whereas Bertil Ohlin was ambivalent. All these are very famous Swedish economists. And then economics in the Nordic countries began to be dominated by people who believed that you could run an economy like a machine, like Ragnar Frisch and Gunnar Myrdal. And those classical liberals that remained after the war, even if they had won the argument. They became very isolated individuals like Tryggve Hoff in Norway, Christian Gandil in Denmark, and Sven Riedenfeldt in Sweden. You can see them here at the Montpellier Society meeting in 1955. The Montpellier Society was a society founded by Friedrich Hayek in 1947 and was supposed to be an intellectual debating club of classical liberals and conservatives. And here you can see Hayek, the founder, and then one of the main inspirations, Ludwig von Mises, who really wrote, in my opinion, the conclusive refutation of socialism. And then we have Tryggve Hoff from Norway, and Christian Gandil from Denmark, and Sven Riedenfeldt from Sweden. All these three were basically marginal in the societies at that time. But we mustn't forget, nevertheless, that the Social Democrats, they kept power in the Nordic countries because they retreated. After the Second World War, they abandoned their very ambitious ideas of central planning. And I think what happened was that the strong Nordic tradition into which they entered moderated them, changed them. Like, for example, in Denmark, the Social Democrats, they tried to capture and redefine Grundtvig as a kind of a social democrat. So the Nordic tradition influenced them. But then again, the Swedish Democrats especially, they were radicalized again in the 1980s. But the Swedish model ceased to work. And there was also a revolt of taxpayers in Denmark and Norway. And there was a revival of conservative liberal thought in all the Nordic countries, a return to the roots. And we saw in the 1980s and 1990s the end of social democratic hegemony. Then finally, I wanted to point out one thing about the Nordic tradition, which is what I call the Nordic model in international relations. And I haven't seen anyone really discussing it anywhere. I think the Nordic countries, in their dealings with one another, have really established an extremely interesting model for resolving international conflicts. One of them is peaceful secession. Norway seceded from Sweden in 1905. The Swedes didn't send an army to Norway, although they had done it actually in 1814. Finland seceded from Russia in 1917. The Bolsheviks were too weak to resist this. And Iceland seceded after peaceful, friendly negotiations with Denmark in 1918 and became a sovereign country. So peaceful secession is one part of the Nordic model of international relations. Another one very interesting, which I just mentioned in connection with Grundtvig, was border changes by plebiscites. What happened in 1920, when actually Grundtvig's idea was implemented, because Northern Schleswig was divided into 3 constituencies, and then when they were voting whether they wanted to belong to Denmark or to Germany, and one of them wanted to belong to Denmark, Sønder Jylland, and the other 2 wanted to belong to Denmark, I mean, and then the other ones to Germany. And I think that this may have a relevance both in Ukraine and, say, in Georgia, if people have followed the things there. Another Nordic solution is the autonomy of special regions. We had the Åland Islands. The Åland Islands, they spoke Swedish, they felt Swedish, they wanted to be a part of Sweden. There was a referendum about it and so on. But then finally, it was decided that they would remain a part of Finland, but they got so much autonomy that nobody there is now unhappy about being a part of Finland. The same actually applies to South Tyrol, for example. So you see that some of these conflicts are, there are resolutions of them, peaceful resolutions. And then finally, because we are discussing the EU a lot, we have in the Nordic countries cooperation without surrender of sovereignty. because the Nordic Council has been operating since 1952, and we abolished passports. We've integrated our legal system, our social security provisions, and so on. And we've done all of this in peaceful cooperation without anyone trying to impose their own will upon others. So we haven't delegated any power to Brussels bureaucrats in this kind of cooperation. And I think that perhaps in the future, we're thinking about the future of the EU, why not look at the Nordic Council and try to use that as a model for the EU? So I would just end with words that an Icelandic author, Einar Már Guðmundsson, used, and everybody who comes from the Nordic countries understands, Norden Jorden.
Emma said, I have written one book on modern conservatism. I've also written another on Swedish social democracy and the system we have in Sweden. So I was asked to hold a lecture about this special kind of freedom that we have in Sweden. And I was, I'm usually quite frustrated about this subject because it's enervating that internationally Sweden is perceived as a very free kind of society, some kind of welfare paradise. Everything works, because that's not how it is in Sweden. The Swedish society isn't really a free society, not in the conservative sense of the word at least, and not freedom for conservatives. It's about freedom from anything conservative. The Social Democrats in Sweden have ruled, now listen to this, for 76 of the last 100 years. This is true. So, and between 1932 and 1976, they ruled for an unbroken period of 44 years. Of those 76 years in total, the last 100 years, the Social Democrats have only been in majority twice, 1940 and 1968. And while always being the evident alternative for a government, this means that the majority of the people, most of the time for 100 years, have voted against the Social Democrats. But the Social Democrats, of course, have ruled as if they had the majority behind them. The Social Democrats have colonized my country. They have torn down the Swedish culture. They have abolished democracy and built a system that oppresses the political right. This has been done in the name of modernization and welfare building. Nowadays, we pay the world's highest taxes, next only to Denmark, I believe, to tear down this immense welfare state and instead pay for a multicultural society. And none of this has been asked for in the popular vote. During their 76 years in power, the Social Democrats have done pretty much the same as Viktor Orban is accused of doing in Hungary. This in order to maintain and to strengthen their own power. They have strengthened their power over the opposition, over the state and the public sector, over media, over the entire educational system, and over the civil society through a corporativistic social order which listens only to central organizations and which gives state funds only to the organizations that are ideologically in line with Social Democrats and left-wing liberalism. this way, Sweden can be perceived as a soft totalitarian welfare state, which is in line, of course, with what Professor Hannes said. Yeah. Thank you. So since 1976, when we had the first center-right government in Sweden for 44 years, we have had 4 center-right governments. We are now having the 4th since September last year. This government that we have today is the first to call itself conservative since 1930. I will get back to this. So, from 1976 until up until 1976, Sweden was in effect a one-party state, and this has led to a certain demand for individual freedom among the people. Also looking at what has happened then since 1976 in terms of other governments ruling. This has happened, and it has released more and more of individual freedom in different ways. All of which the Social Democrats very successfully have managed to take grasp of, in particularly with the help of the Rainbow Movement, and then been able to turn all this libertization of the Swedish one-party system in a leftist liberal direction. So the result basically is what since maybe 10 years now is called state individualism, which is a very particular kind of freedom which possibly only exists in Sweden, because Sweden always ranks, you know, in this map up on the far right, where everyone else is in the middle or more to the left in this square, you know it. And what this state individualism is about, in my view, is that the state holds your how to say, under your arms, so that you can be free from Christian ethics, bourgeoisie structures, national traditions, classical family values, and also where the leftists' old political parole of equal salary for all workers has been transformed into the same salary whether you have a work or not. In line with this, the Social Democrats during the 20th century have taken over the Swedish church and transformed it into a socialist propaganda machine. They have carried through a cultural revolution on Swedish national traditions, abolishing it all from the public sphere, and of course tearing down all the old cities of all towns in Sweden. They have also undermined typical conservative electoral groups, such as priests, militaries, highly educated in the private sector, and entrepreneurs. They have all, these groups have all had a much harder life after some certain social democratic reforms during the 20th century. Of course, they have also undermined family as an institution. And I think it's important that from the 1970s onwards, the people's resistance against living on welfare has been broken down, and with the ideology that everyone should be welfare taking, how to say, what's the word again? State funds, you know, yeah, bidrag. Sorry? Benefits, yeah, everyone should have state benefits despite what income you have. And because of this, all families get these state benefits despite income, and it actually means that no one really cares in general that there are a lot of people, millions of people today getting state benefits. This is nothing to be ashamed of, you know, that's the ideology. So, What this means is actually that the Social Democrats have been able to take credit not only for enforcing democracy in Sweden, but also for libertizing, freeing the people, and to realize the liberals' dream of an all-including individualism. And this is a freedom and setting free of the people in line with, of course, Rousseau and Marx. And all these freedoms and the rights that go together with them should today be for everyone, despite background, and no matter if you're born in Sweden or moving to Sweden. Now, the moderate party, internationally known as the Conservative Party, decided in 1983 to abolish conservatism totally and throwing out all conservatives from their youth organization. They wanted to become neoliberals. How did the Swedish conservatives meet this? We go back a little and we can see that from 1945 onwards, conservatism is going down in the Swedish party system. Meaning basically that the moderate party, or what was before they changed the name to the moderate party, they are getting more and more interested in liberalism and wants to think in new modern terms. And this goes on and on and on. However, you can also see the development that intellectual conservatism in Sweden, as in most other Western countries, is growing. So in Sweden we have the PhDs, PhD'd, how to say, thinkers, disputed thinkers, such as Tage Lindbom, Hans Zetterberg, and Claes Rhin. And there are, especially since the 1990s, there are many very good other conservative writers in the Swedish daily newspapers. This is a positive development. However, because the Swedish conservatism went partyless without the party in 1983, it has also meant that they have had to be an underground movement. And in particularly concern or gravitating in student organizations with connections to Föreningen Heimdal in Uppsala. We have at least one representative here from, I think there are several from Föreningen Heimdal. They have been around for 130 years in Sweden, always standing up for conservatism. And then comes the big change in 2011, when the Sweden Democrats decides not to be a nationalist party, but to be a social conservative party, and starting to talk about Disraeli and such. And the moderates and Christian Democrats in 2011 didn't very much appreciate this, but I think it started an important movement. What we now have, and what happened to my immense surprise in September, is that we have a government formed with the moderate party, the Christian Democrats, and the liberals. The moderate party is now calling themselves proudly liberal conservative. The Christian Democrats also call themselves conservative. The Sweden Democrats, who is supporting this government and making it possible to govern, call themselves conservatives. And the Liberal Party, obviously, are positive towards conservatism. And they also have this agreement called Tidöavtalet, the agreement on which they govern. And when I analyze it, I think it's 99% Edmundburg. So to conclude, I believe in the future of conservatism in Sweden because of this development over the last 10 years. But there is still much to be done when it comes to liberty and freedom in the Swedish society. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to talk at this conference. I've been asked to say a few words about Danish conservatism, and especially the curious question why there is so much cultural confidence in Denmark as seen from the other Nordic countries. And I have actually experienced this myself when I've traveled to other Scandinavian countries and talked to conservatives or just politically minded persons. I often get the impression, I'm often encountered with the notion that sort of Denmark is the odd one out in a Scandinavian perspective. That is not only because of our nearly incomprehensible language. Thank you. It's also a matter of politics. I think in general the proposition is put forward like this. Whereas the political discourse in Scandinavia has been stifled by a certain sense of moral superiority, forcing not only the center-left but also the center-right to turn a blind eye towards very real problems, not least problems concerning the hypersensitive topic of immigration and integration. Danish political discourse has been characterized by a much more open debate concerning such topics. So the question is, why is this? I think we need to take a detour to sort of appreciate this. In contemporary political debates, we often talk about the clash between the people and the elite or the elites. The British political scientist Matthew Goodwin, just to mention one, has characterized this as a deep-rooted and unfolding realignment of politics, which has been taking place all over the West. The elites, he posits, has conducted a revolution, and populism then is the counter-revolution to this. The distinction, of course, has its share of problems. For one, it is not only an analytical distinction, but as, for example, the liberal historian Jan Werner Müller has pointed out, it's self part and parcel of the so-called anti-pluralist language of populism, which pitches the supposed people against the supposed elite and claims to represent the true interest of this people against an elite which has usurped power and now illegitimately dominates politics, economics, and culture. Brilliant analysts of populism, such as the aforementioned Goodwin and the American writer Michael Lind, and classic names such as James Burnham and Christopher Lasch, all indicates that populism is in fact what you might term a modern instance of class conflict. Conservatism has always, or at least mostly, been defiantly against such class conflicts, seeing those as a threat to social and political cohesion. Yet we cannot dismiss the fact that there is a growing tension between something that we might call the people and something that we might call the elite. And I think this fact poses a challenge to modern conservatism, but also provides an opportunity to modern conservatism. But let's get back to the sort of the comparison between the Danish conservatism and the other Scandinavian conservatisms. Of course, in general, the general picture is that the traditions are more similar than they are dissimilar. For one, they share the crucial fact that they all lost to social democracy. So Scandinavian politics has, as Jacob pointed out, been dominated by social democracy, and that goes for Norway and Denmark, and of course, especially in Sweden. I think one difference between these different traditions is that Swedish conservatism, and this might just be prejudice, but Swedish conservatism has always had a more elitist bent, and Norwegian conservatism, although it has always been proudly middle class, it has also been, at least traditionally, proudly urban and bourgeois. The roots of the modern Danish center-right, in comparison, are more populist, to use that term, less elitist, and perhaps more rural. I think perhaps you can sum it up by saying that it is more sort of anti-establishment in its roots. So at the end of the 19th century, Danish politics was defined by a struggle between conservatives and Democrats on the left. The latter emphasized the connection between the free citizen, culture, tradition, and strong communities. Their party, which was named Venstre, had elements, of course, of radical, liberal individualism. They had emancipation thought, and they also had elements of urban elitism. Yet it was first and foremost influenced by cultural conservatism, anti-elitism, and the importance of the belief in the importance of the self-sustaining and self-organizing agrarian communities. And these ideas were fused together by the priest and poet and politician Grundtvig, which we heard a little about just a second ago, and whose important and also quite idiosyncratic mixtures of German romantic idealism and deeply rooted communitarian traditions and also British classic liberalism were summarized in the concept of folkelighed, a concept which will sound familiar in other Scandinavian languages, but is almost impossible to translate accurately into English, I'm afraid. It carries a degree of democratic populism and was also draped in the language of nationalism. It combined this with ideas rooted in Enlightenment thought about elevating the spiritual level of the common people in order to make them self-aware, self-reliant, and self-confident. It also entailed a certain prioritizing of the plain and the simple and the agrarian for the excellent and the complex and the urban. Crucially, this strand of thought put a way of thinking about liberty at the center of political discourse, which might best be stood as republican rather than liberal. So whereas the traditional elitist and authoritarian conservatism tended to put the state before the individual, and urban elitist liberalism favored the individual over the common good, this strand of thought, ideally claimed liberty as a precondition for responsibility, and thus emphasized the interdependence between the individual and the common good. And here's the important fact. This struggle between old-fashioned conservatism and this democratic left ended with the complete victory of the democratic left. And what does that mean? That means that conservatism afterwards adopted those ideas and made those ideas into the foundation of modern conservatism. This can be seen also in the name of the sort of the traditional conservative party in Denmark, which changed its name from Højre, that is the right, to the Conservative People's Party. And the important part of that name is the end, the People's Party. They strive to be a party of and for the people. Also, if you look at their first party program, it had a lot of ideas which might today be called populist. It had strong nationalism. It had critique of big corporations, which would, in the mind of one of the founders of modern conservatism, turn society into a neo-feudal society and end liberty. The new party wanted to focus on small independent business owners and the ever larger group of middle-class white-collar workers. So that was the face of the modern conservatism. Well, I'm not claiming that this is a just so story. You cannot draw a straight line between things that happened at the beginning of the 20th century and then political conditions today. But still, I think you can argue, at least, that there has always been, ever since then, an attempt on the right to become folkelig, to use the Danish term, an anti-establishment trait which has sort of gone through the right ever since that point in history, and has always sort of always worked as a counterbalance to another tendency on the right to be drawn ever closer to liberalism. Of course, today, one might argue that this popular tradition has atrophied, not least in the conservative People's Party, but that is really not the point here. The point here is only that this trait exists. This is a feature of modern conservative thought and the center-right in Denmark. I think the last point here is that if we look on the concept of conservatism in the last 30 years or so, another thing has happened. Traditionally, conservatism in Denmark has always been tied to one single party, that is the Conservative People's Party, of course, because they have the title conservative in their name. In the middle of the 90s, we saw the establishment of the Danish People's Party, which was one of these typically it was a splinter party of another populist party, and they had and have this anti-immigration platform, and also this strong anti-elitist critique. There are two important points, I think, that we should consider when considering the Danish People's Party and what they meant for Danish politics. And the first point is that this party termed themselves not only the true social democrats, but also the true conservative party. So they established a new position within Danish politics. This is important because the success of the Danish People's Party from the beginning of the 90s and into the 2010s changed the rules of the game in Danish politics. I think much of what we talk about when we consider the idea of cultural confidence in the Danish political discourse has to do with this populist revolt, with this new kind of conservatism which was promulgated by this party. And that is the last point. Today, conservatism is not strictly related to a single political party, but rather also seen as an independent strain of thought which exists out there in the debate, where you have periodicals, events, intellectuals, and so on and so forth. And I think that has been a great strength to Danish conservatism and to this debate. It is no longer the property of a single party. Thank you.
So, because we're a little short on time, we've only got about 10 minutes left of this session. I thought before throwing it over to Christian for his commentary, I thought maybe we could frame this in terms of one particular question that concerns me, that I was fascinated by since last year's panel. Last year's panel on this subject was my favourite. So I don't know if you're all familiar, in the UK we have this term, the Great Realignment, and from everything that you've described, it sounds as if the same Great Realignment that's been happening in British politics is also happening here, from economics more onto cultural issues, the same sorts of concerns surrounding neoliberalism, liberalism, and its sort of enforcing of certain values and so on. So I wanted to ask you if you could frame your comments around this general question of whether, as it seems to me, in Scandinavia there seems to be this sort of conservative renaissance occurring, which for me as a Brit I find very exciting, because as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think many other Brits feel a sort of strong fraternal tie to the Scandinavian countries because of our deep historic roots, particularly pre-Christian historic roots. So is there potential for a Scandinavian conservative renaissance to catalyse a Europe-wide conservative renaissance, what would that look like? And would potentially Denmark be the country leading the way on that? So to throw over to Christian first.
Yeah, thank you. I think Norway could be a good place to start because we are a little on the outside of it. And I think it's two reasons for that, and that is the observation that Skov presented, that in Norway we had a kind of conservative urban tradition, which is also more a kind of European oriented. But you also have a kind of conservative rural tradition, which is national oriented. And that goes for the Farmers' Party in general. And that's why we are not inside the European Union. And then we have the EEA, as Gisur presented. So in Norway, we have a special tradition with a relatively strong, non-communicated conservative position in the Farmers' Party that has come up very strongly under the under the European Union discussion. And that means that you do not have that kind of clear-cut conservative party in Norway having the urban basis. And that is why we know what we can say a kind of structural conservative party now in government with the Social Democrats because of the reformism by the Norwegian Conservative Party in the last government. So there's a kind of special case, meaning that there is a very special situation in Norway. And it was a conservative no considered in Norway against being a member of the European Union. And it was conservative no to the reforms implemented by the conservative former government that made the Farmers' Party, the Center Party, so big in the election in 2021, forming a minority government with the Social Democrats. And that means that we have a kind of different situation. So considering the European reinvention, I think in the first place it will be the other Nordic countries and not Norway as it is today. So that must be discussed, I think, at this point a little differently than more kind of revival that we see in other countries. And just from my reflection, and then might be Skov can comment upon, it seems that you have a big conservative change also in the Social Democrats taking up the immigration issue and making Dansk Folkeparti a relatively minor issue. So both Norway and Denmark are a little different maybe than what we see in Sweden and maybe Finland. So Norway is a little microcosmos of Europe in a way. Thank you.
Jakob, do you think that there is potential for a Scandinavian-led conservative renaissance, or even a sort of Scandinavian post-Brexit Britain partnership in trying to facilitate this Europe-wide conservative renaissance?
I think it's an interesting question, and it's a two-step rocket. Because it first starts in Scandinavia and what happens there, and then also how it's received and if it's possible to inspire. And I think actually when it comes to Norway, it's easy to be home blind, but from if you're into intellectual conservatism in Sweden, we have seen since the 1970s a strong intellectual conservatism in Norway. And I myself got to see this in your think tank called Civitas, and one of the members there, Torbjørn Røe Isaksen, also became a minister, and he has had 3 different posts as minister, I think. And this is very inspiring from a Swedish perspective, because that's totally it's impossible in a Swedish context up until the last months now. So that is, I think, an important part of Nordic conservatism will be about Norway. And then it is what's happening in Sweden. And just to be brief, the moderate party has just put together a party program which they want to be conservative. It's more liberal and likes liberal conservatism, but they're really steering towards conservatism. And the Christian Democrats have found themselves finally being among the conservatives. So and the most important is that the Social Democrats in Sweden accept this. 20 years ago, it was terrible to call yourself a conservative. The last 10 years, it's been accepted, and now it's in government, which means it's a game changer. So I think something will come out of this, and whatever comes out of it will inspire others. That's the best answer I can give.
Do you think that Denmark is a sort of beacon to the rest of Europe? Because I mean, as a Brit, you know, you invaded us, and it's a great source of pride. Do you think that, you know, Denmark is, particularly on issues to do with immigration, really leading the way for the rest of Europe?
Well, I think that has, at least in recent years, or the last 10 years or so, 15 years even, been the case that Denmark has sort of gone to the frontier of the immigration politics. In sort of the more general way, whether Denmark could become a beacon in this question, this problem of the great realignment which you spoke about, I think that is very interesting, because the fracturing, you're seeing the fracturing everywhere. In most European countries, at least, you're seeing that the center-left is being destroyed by populism, the center-right is being destroyed by populism, and you see the elites and the people growing ever farther from each other. And I think that is, as a conservative, I think that is a huge problem. And I think one of the things, perhaps, that Nordic conservatism can contribute with is trying to bridge these gaps, because historically, what has characterized Nordic conservatism has been sort of the ability to bridge the gap between conservative thoughts, liberal thoughts, and these populist thoughts, or whatever we are supposed to turn them, integrate them into a more or less coherent position. And I think that is what Europe actually needs right now, because it's easy to widen the gaps, but to build these bridges in a coherent and sustainable way, I think that is the issue.
Hannes, do you think that the rich Nordic conservative tradition being overlooked by the rest of Europe is to the detriment of the whole continent? Just as some final thoughts.
Yes, I think I would actually also agree with you that what we have to do is to integrate the conservative, the liberal, and the populist traditions. And if there ever were populists, they were Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, but they also combined free trade and private property. I'm one of those persons who believe that the conservative should be liberal and that the liberal should be conservative if they're going to present a plausible argument. Now, the conservative argument against liberty is that it erodes values. But at the same time, it may create values. And let me just give you an example from Shakespeare. Romeo and Juliet, they go out of their families, they break traditional values, but if they had been allowed, they would have founded a new family. You know, and that's basically what a free society is about. It is that some traditions, they will disappear, but other traditions will be created. So those conservatives who are afraid of free trade and of freedom, they underestimate the creative powers of a free civilization. And let me also say just finally that I think conservatives and liberals should be tolerant. And who is my authority on that? It is St. Thomas Aquinas in Summa Theologica. He says something to this effect. We are all sinners, but government should only go after those sins of ours that are harmful to other people. Theft, violence, murder, and so on. And should leave alone those sins of ours that are not harmful to others. And I think that's an excellent principle. And finally, I would say government should stay out of the bedroom and out of the boardroom.
Perfect note to end on. Thank you so much, Christian, Jacob, Hannes. And it's been an honor to chair this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, and thank you to the rest of the panel. Now, everyone, we will have lunch, and please enjoy try to make some conversation with some people you haven't met before, strike up some new connections. But please, we will start here. We need to start 2 o'clock sharp, so please be back 5 minutes before if you can, 5 to 2 in your seats, so we can start on time. Thank you very much and enjoy lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please find your seats. We will commence the next panel session shortly. Another very interesting topic that I think is highly relevant in our time. The name of the panel is Academic Freedom and the Role of Education. And to moderate the panel, we have no other than the president of FAX, and he was also the founder of our northernmost local chapter in Tromsø. So please welcome Jar Roar Simonsen.
Well, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and that you're fully energized for this new panel. It is a topic close to the heart of many, especially us in FOX, the Association of All Conservative Students, whose organization I am fortunate enough to be the president of. The very raison d'être of FOX has been to fight against political correctness and to guard academic freedom in our country. And the motivation behind this fight is the vision of the academia as a place of honest and cordial debates, where people, through the art of the dialectic, can pursue truth. And as one famous man once said, the truth shall set you free. To discuss this important subject, I am pleased to be joined by Frank Fredi from MCC Brussels. Sorry if I butchered your name. Emma Webb from Common Sense Society. Ilmari Rostila from the Finnish Association, and the Norwegian historian Sturla Ellingsvåg. And I ask the panelists to come up. Very nice. All right, and then it's Frank Fredi who will open up for us.
Thanks very much. This session is usually called, where I come from, the graveyard shift after lunch when people ate a little bit too much. So my job is to make sure that you don't get completely sleepy and bored. And hopefully we can have a very stimulating panel. I'm really glad to be here in Finland because I have a special emotional connection with Finland. I always remember when I was a child, 9 years old, in the Hungarian Revolution, when the Russians came in and smashed it. My father was trying to reassure me by telling me stories about the Winter War in Finland. And he was telling me that if these little Finns can actually fight so bravely, then there's a future for us here in Eastern Europe. And I always remember being inspired by the way that the Finns, the small nation, has really managed to get its act together and demonstrate to the whole world that freedom isn't just another word, but is something really, really, truly significant. You know, I'm here to talk about academic freedom, but it's important to realize that academic freedom and freedom in general do not live in two separate worlds. If we don't take freedom seriously in our everyday life, if you think that freedom is something that is guaranteed for you by a piece of paper, then you're in trouble. Because freedom is not something you can ever take for granted. Freedom is not a gift that you can put in your pocket or you can put in your bedroom closet and hope that it will still be there. Freedom is something that you've got to live. And that's true for society. It's something conservatives have been very complacent about. But it's also true for the university and for academic life in general. One of the problems that we have in academic life is that you never meet anybody in the world who says, I'm against academic freedom. You just don't, nobody says, oh, Frank, I really hate academic freedom. Right? They don't say that. Well, the one thing that they all say, and this is the real giveaway, they always say, you know, Frank, I believe in academic freedom, but. And what comes after the but that is really important. Because by qualifying academic freedom and saying that it's not something that is a good in and of itself, what you're doing is you're reducing freedom, academic freedom, to a second-order principle. Not a first-order principle, which is what it should be, but a second-order principle. So these days, when I wrote a book on the universities, what happened to the university. And I did a book tour in the United States and different parts of Europe. And when I finished speaking, somebody would usually say, yeah, you're right, Frank, I believe in academic freedom, but, and the but could be things like, you know, academic freedom is okay as long as academics are aware of their privilege. I'm sure that hasn't come to the Nordic world yet, this thing that somehow we got this privilege, and therefore we should watch out. Basically what they're really saying is just because you got a PhD and you're a professor and you publish 20, 25 books, doesn't give you the right to just lecture and imagine that's the way it should be, because somebody that just come off, you know, from school, you know, who can barely tie their shoelaces, has just as much right to tell you to say something different or not to listen to you. Or they will say, I believe in academic freedom, but you know, students are very sensitive. Students are so sensitive that they cannot really deal with what we call in the Anglo-American word, it's a California expression, controversial ideas. Now, it's a funny concept. When I was young, a controversial idea was an exciting idea. I mean, it's the very opposite to a boring idea, you know? But these days, controversial ideas are pathologized. And in many universities' mission statement, they say, if you're going to be giving controversial ideas, then you better check your privilege, right? Or you bet if you're going to say something controversial, you should think about the sensitivities of our children. Sorry, that's my word, of our students. So this is true. You know, but 10 years ago, I was inspected because this silly system of inspection in English universities. And this guy comes in to inspect me in my seminar. I look at the guy, I just know this is weird because he looks like a loser, right? I mean, I know this sounds, so anyways, I do my seminar and I'm really proud. I think it's a great seminar. Everybody's talking, there's a buzz and everything else. So I asked the guy, what do you think of the seminar? And he says, I'm not so sure. And I say, why aren't you so sure? Because I think you're an academic bully. So I was a bit taken aback. But then I learned what the definition of an academic bully is. An academic bully is somebody like me who uses the Platonic method of teaching. That's to say, when I'm in a seminar, I say, Emma, what do you think of this? And you give the answer. And then I say, oh yeah, well, why do you think that? And I sometimes ask the same student 5 or 6 questions to try to get at the truth or at an approximation of the truth as much as possible. And that is an honorable teaching method that we've been using since the Aristotelian era. And I think it works quite well. I discovered as being an academic bully, and the logic of that is that it's wrong to put pressure on students. I don't know if you got this in the Nordic countries, but if you put pressure, which is the most creative thing that you can possibly do, to give them intellectual independence, then you're an academic bully. So you've got to be sensitive to students. And then finally, I believe in academic freedom, but it's got to be subordinate to equity. That is to say, to inclusion, to make sure that everybody feels included in it. Now, inclusion is probably my #1 hate word. I mean, I really hate it. Every time I hear the word inclusion, I feel like I got to go to the bathroom really fast, right? I feel it's kind of... So when I was teaching in Britain, inclusion meant opening up the universities to anybody that moved, right? As long as you could get up in the morning and brush your teeth, yeah, you're in the university. That's really good. And then I kind of looked at the concept, and you realized what inclusion means. Yes, you're included, but because everybody's included, the meaning of higher education changes. If you don't have to, when I was a student, I had to struggle to get into the university. I had to work very, very hard, and many of my friends never got into the university. And that meant something, because when you got there, you knew this was really an important, intense experience. But now, if coming into university is like an extension of high school, anybody can do it, what you're included into is not what a university is. Yes, there is inclusion, but what you're included to is no longer higher education. It's an industrialized version of what education is all about. The beauty of education is entirely annihilated and destroyed in the whole process. See, the thing that I'm really getting at, because these two things are connected, is that if you do not take education seriously, if you do not understand that education is a value in and of itself, then you are going to be quite casual about freedom, right? If you don't think ideas are really important, then academic freedom is, oh, it's cool, but not that cool. There's other things to kind of worry about. And I think very much is the case that in higher education, the academic life, truth and the quest for truth and the integrity of the educational process is no longer seen as that important. It becomes continually subordinated itself. So education has become a second-order principle. Now, having listened this morning, I just changed my speech, because one of the things that I'm really concerned about is this. Education should be something that conservatives should monopolize. I mean, as Hannah Arendt, one of my favorite political philosophers, said, education is principally about conserving. Education is principally about transmitting the historical legacy of our culture and civilization. That's what education is really all about. And on top of that, then we build dimensions of intellectual experience that yield to new experience. And it's this dynamic between conserving and at the same time being open to new experience that is really what education should be all about. And that, to me, means that it should be conservatives who are dominating higher education, the universities. But where is that happening? Yeah, where is that happening? Conservatives gave up education a long, long, long time ago. I remember about 20 years ago, I was in Washington. I gave my little lecture to the American Enterprise Institute, and these guys come up to me, these American guys, and they say, Frank, I don't understand, why are you wasting your time in a university? And I said, actually, I love academic life, I love my research, and I love teaching. He says, it's much easier here in this think tank, right? Nobody gives you a hard time in the American Enterprise Institute. And basically what he was really saying is that people like me should evacuate the universities, hand it over to the other side, and we can all hang out in the boardroom of the American Enterprise Institute. That's what he's really kind of saying. And of course I can understand, because under those circumstances, the pressure, the burden of standing up for your ideals and being accountable and responsible for ideals is relieved, because you're talking to people just like yourselves. I was in America a year before COVID breaks out. And again, all these American conservatives are saying, oh, it's terrible what's happening in the schools. It's really bad what's going on in the schools. And I say, yeah, it is not good. But then I say, well, how many of you would like to have your children becoming a teacher? Yeah, how many of you would tell your kids when you go to university, it's a really honorable occupation to becoming a teacher? Because that's not what you say. You say banking, going to finance, going into business, making a lot of money. And when you look at it, if conservatives don't send their children to become teachers, or if they themselves don't become teachers, then don't be surprised. Don't be surprised that the young people in schools and in the universities will be monopolized by the anti-intellectual, anti-educational, and most importantly, the anti-civilizational ideals that are in circulation. So I say it's partially our fault that what has happened. It's very easy to blame wokeism. It's very easy to blame the other side, but look to ourselves and ask the question, what have we done to make sure that the ideals of proper, kind of Judeo-Christian educational norms are maintained and fought for in every single day? There are two enemies we face in higher education, and especially those of us that want to stand up for education. The first one I'm not going to talk about because you all know they're the woke adversaries, the countercultural people who basically want to destroy Western civilization and detach us from our organic relationship to where we've come from. I think you all know that, or you should know that, otherwise you shouldn't be here. But the second enemy, which is equally important and is very rarely recognized, potentially even more dangerous, is not the loud woke people going on about LGBTQ plus identity. It's the technocratic, sort of social engineering, progressivist pressure on universities. You know, since the 20th century, people who run big business, people who run the technocracy are saying, you know, higher education is a bit of a luxury. I mean, why teach classics? You know, what's the point of classics? You know, you're not going to get a job. You're not going to get a job because you speak Latin or you learn ancient Greek or you understand the old civilizational philosophies. Let's change from classics to what they call skills, employability skills. And basically what they've done is they impose these technocratic values on universities. They've industrialized universities to the point at which the purpose of a university education is to get a piece of paper at the end and get a piece of paper that will get you a job. And the tragedy is that this has had such an impact on academics that they've internalized it. I go to Oxford University, not a bad university internationally. I talk to people in the classics department, and I say, well, how are you coping? You know, is anybody still coming to learn Latin or Greek? And they tell me, well, you know, Frank, what we're doing now is we're telling our students or potential students that you got to learn classics, because if you learn classics, that will give you the linguistic and kind of media-related skills that will get you a job in banking. So if you look at the Oxford University's classic department, how they sell themselves, they don't say it will give you a love of ancient Athens, a love of Athenian philosophy. They don't say all the obvious things. It's because it's good for getting a job in the city. Right? Weird, but that's really what has become overall when we think of these things. So this idea is really quite important. And I think one of the things that has happened is because of this kind of pressure from the technocratic social engineering element, is the meaning of education has changed quite fundamentally. In the old days, and when I say old days, I'm talking about when I was young, you know, sort of in the old days, pedagogy was motivated by two disciplines, theology and philosophy. Theology and philosophy were the ones that were driving our educational, pedagogic ideals. That's really how it was founded. Sometime in the 20th century, theology and philosophy was displaced by psychology. So if you become a teacher these days, if you learn pedagogy, if you become a pedagogue in the university, what you're doing is using psychology and psychological tricks as a way of communicating your discipline. And that's a big problem, because once psychology becomes the medium for educating people, then the inherent positive qualities of education are exhausted and become undermined. And that's why you have a situation today when very often with skills and with psychology, students are encouraged to regard themselves in a very different way. If psychology becomes integrated into higher education, then your definition of a student alters. And students then become vulnerable, they become infantilized, they essentially become increasingly seen, not as strong men and women, but as patients. They're no longer people that you can offend. You know, if I have strong words, I'm being offensive, and that's not allowed, because offending a student is like a cultural crime. We've invented this concept. I hope it hasn't come to Finland yet, a concept of a safe space. The idea that somehow you need to have this safe space. The assumption being that outside of this safe space, it's unsafe, right? I remember when it began, safe space was a room. Then it became a whole floor of university. Now it's the whole university. And over the last 4 years, it's migrated into public institutions. The safe space idea, the fact that somehow, if you have criticism and questioning, that is inherently unsafe. The worst thing, something that shocked me, I'm very cynical, and I've been through a lot, so I don't get surprised. But I did get surprised by one very small thing that happened a month ago. I was talking to the librarian of my university, and I asked them, why is it that some of these books are not there anymore? And she says to me, because they're old. Right? Yeah. And at that point I swore, I swear quite a lot, but I'm not going to do it now. And I said, for sake, how about the Bible? Right? I mean, that is as old as it gets. You know, what are you going to do with that? And essentially what they're doing in universities everywhere in England, also in the United States, is they think that an old book is automatically inferior to a new book. How stupid is that? And I says, well, why? I mean, there's, you know, some of the most important books in my discipline were written in the 19th century. Are you going to get rid of Durkheim and Weber, Marx even? Are you just going to trash all those things? And the answer was, the problem with the old books is that they often use inappropriate language, right? They often offend and promote outdated ideas. And my only answer was that, on balance, what you call outdated ideas are far more subtle, far more nuanced than what you call these very, very new ideas. But the very fact that they're getting rid of outdated books and outdated ideas should warn us, because that's a prelude to the burning of books. If you get rid of books from a library, how long before they start burning books? So, yes, so that's really what I wanted to say. And I think that, for me, a couple of things come out of this. Number one, we have got to fight back by ensuring that we have the values and the insights that are truly inspiring to the young. We've already lost 4 generations of young people. That's the truth. 4 generations of young people have been lost by this education system. If we lose another generation, then we are going to be lost, because it will create a situation where their anti-intellectual, their anti-educational, their anti-civilizational norms will become the norm, and will become even more of an outsider. So we have no choice but to fight back against it. And that means we have got to be more courageous, much more courageous, in developing and promoting our ideas. We have got to learn not to be complacent, right? We haven't got all the answers yet, because we're lazy intellectually. We're really living off the past far too much, instead of ensuring that our ideals are sound and clear and are able to, you know, in a sense, make an impact on the 21st century. Essentially what we need is a conservative renaissance, right? A renaissance in its proper sense. Both the rebirth of our ideas, but also ideas that can yield to new experience. You know, one question I get asked, I'm sure that you've been asked that question as well, which is the typical question I get asked is, Frank, when is it going to be the end of woke? You know, when is all this idiotic stuff about gender and man having, you know, sort of breasts and being pregnant? I mean, 20% of university students in Britain think that man can give birth, right? Right? I mean, 40% of students think that women can have penises, right? I mean, where do these, you know, sort of anti-civilizational things come? When is it going to come to an end? And my answer always is this. Wokeism is not going to come to an end by itself. It's not going to burn itself out. We're not going to get up one morning when wokeism is no longer there. Wokeism is only going to come to an end where people like you and me and everybody else in this room fight to defeat it. Right? We have got to understand that we're in a struggle of civilizational proportion. The difference between the old left and the old right is much, much smaller than the difference between ourselves and these anti-civilizational people who are bringing the culture war to children, essentially. So nothing is going to end until we decide to fight back. Don't wait for it to end, but instead, get organized, mobilize, and have the courage of your conviction. And every time you hear something that offends our sensibilities, we need to fight back and make our position very, very clear. Thank you.
Damn, Frank, you're a tough act to follow. Whose idea was putting me after Frank? Hello again. So it's a pleasure, firstly, to be back at Nostos. I loved the conference last year. I'm very, very, very pleased to have been invited back this year as a speaker. I know that some of you were in London earlier this week at the National Conservative Conference with us. Sorry for fiddling with this, it's in my eye line. So I thought, as some of you were there with us, it might be fun and interesting to give a little bit of a twist on my NatCon speech, but within the context of education, and it segues quite nicely from what Frank said there about the way that particular progressives are bringing the fight to the front line of children, particularly young children, I think, in primary education. And so for anyone that wasn't there at the NatCon speech and wants to see the background of the remarks that I'm about to make here, that speech is online, so if you're interested, you can have a look at that later. So I'm going to use this quote from Sir Roger Scruton as my springboard for my comments. He said, "The old way of teaching the humanities was in that manner, as objects of love. This is what I have loved, what previous generations have loved too and handed on to me. Here, try it out and you will love it too. Whereas the postmodern curriculum is a curriculum of hatred. It's directed against our cultural inheritance. One after another, the works are paraded before us, stripped naked and thrashed." So there are two types of education. There is the curriculum of hatred and the curriculum of love. And as I can't look at the latter without briefly exploring the former with you, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And a caveat, of course, this is going to be UK focused because obviously I'm from the UK, and I have no doubt, though, that you'll all be very familiar with a lot of what I'm going to describe here. And if you're not, then I'm very sorry to say it's coming for you. It really is. So, the education of hatred. A quick whistle-stop sketch of what that looks like. Sir Francis Drake, national hero in the UK, circumnavigated the globe and saved us from the Spanish Armada. He's now persona non grata. A primary school renamed itself because of his links to the slave trade. Cecil Rhodes, not a national hero, but a perfect illustration of how real history doesn't actually matter, facts don't matter, because Rhodes Primary School was also renamed, even though it wasn't named after that Rhodes, it was named after a different Rhodes. Rudyard Kipling, a national icon. A house at a fee-paying school in Oxford was renamed, it had previously been named after his poem Gunga Din, and that was renamed because the poem was said to have racist connotations, something that the old boys of the school rightly, I think, described as obliterating the past. At another school, houses were renamed after J.K. Rowling and Churchill. They were renamed to the footballer Marcus Rashford and Mary Seacole, who was a black British nurse, and this was apparently to boost diversity, which I think, can imagine from the perspective of some of my black British friends, they would find that pretty offensive. And then, of course, you have the decolonization of libraries and curriculums, trigger warnings put on Shakespeare, reading lists altered. Now, the government's counter-extremism program listed books that they thought indicative of far-right sympathies. These included Shakespeare, the television program The Thick of It, Lord of the Rings, Brave New World, G.K. Chesterton's poems, and I kid you not, 1984 by Orwell. Now, children's books are a biggie. They're being edited left, right, and center. We recently just saw The Treasure of Roald Dahl, his book Matilda, being edited. And one of the edits they made was to replace references to Joseph Conrad and, again, Rudyard Kipling, such a baddie, were replaced with Jane Austen and John Steinbeck, who are apparently more appropriate for children. But they're also being written apace, these children's books. And I was doing some research recently for an article I was writing about modern art, and I took a trip to the Tate Modern. And here's a list of some of the children's books, and there were a lot of children's books that were in the bookshop, the gift shop at the Tate Modern. Self-Care in Underwear, Courage Out Loud, 25 Poems of Power, We Need to Talk About Vaginas, something I never thought I was going to say at this conference, or any conference. Little Feminist, The Boy with Flowers in His Hair, Julian the Mermaid, Here and Queer, The Hips of the Drag Queen Go Swish, 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 and Rainbow History Class, Your Guide Through Queer and Trans History. A report found that more than half of children's books were being, children in school, were being taught about white privilege and unconscious bias. At Eton, the headmaster is now so woke he's been nicknamed Trendy Hendy. Radical third parties have, I would say, huge and disproportionate influence on our curriculum, introducing these contested ideologies into schools. And so now we've ended up with this strange situation where Rudyard Kipling is considered inappropriate for children, but scantily clad drag queens and sexually explicit discussions are considered appropriate. So recently, a think tank called the New Social Covenant Unit, along with some MPs, presented an 130-page dossier of evidence to the Prime Minister showing evidence of sexually explicit teaching resources, indoctrination taking place in schools, material that MPs feared was contributing to the rise in children seeking medical transition, gender fluidity, unscientific ideological language, and in one case, a drag queen telling 11-year-olds that there are 73 genders. Primary school children, according to this report, were being taught about masturbation. 12-year-olds were being asked what they feel about oral and anal sex. Children being taught about dangerous and extreme sex acts and encouraged to share intimate details about sexual desires with classmates and teachers. So we need to safeguard children, apparently, from their history, but not from this. Oakeshott said that ideology can be taught best to those whose minds are empty. And if it is to be taught to one who already believes in something, the first step of the teacher must be to administer a purge. And that's what this looks a little bit like, doesn't it? So that is the education of repudiation. That's the education of hatred, where things are brought out, stripped naked, and thrashed. So what, then, is the education of love? Nostos, homecoming. Forgive me for briefly going a little bit Jordan Peterson on you. But in Greek mythology, the hero crosses the sea, across the primordial waters of chaos, the place above which the Spirit of God breathes upon the face of the earth in Genesis 1. A place full of monsters, whose darkest corners are less explored than our own solar system, even though they're closer to us. They're all the more threatening. The entropy, chaos, traversed safely, leads to the reward of the safe shores of home. Sir Roger Scruton said, "We are needy creatures, and our greatest need is for home. The place where we are, the place where we find protection and love." He went on to say, and this is a long quote, so bear with me,
We can wander through this world, alienated, resentful, full of suspicion and distrust. Or we can find our home here, coming to rest in harmony with others and with ourselves. The experience of beauty guides us along this path. It tells us that we are home in the world, that the world is already ordered in our perceptions as a place fit for the lives of beings like us. An education of love, I believe, provides the tools to navigate those primordial waters, to retrieve us from that alienation and bring us home. I mentioned in my NatCon speech the psychiatrist Ian McGilchrist and his comments about music. He said that even though music is just notes, and notes are nothing, that 30,000 nothings make up Bach's B minor Mass. Relationships are primary, and that's the point. It's the relationships that produce beauty, and it's through relationships that things become what they are, by the relationships that they stand in. And I think that this is true also of culture, society, and a people over time. So it's too much to go into now, so I will refer you to my NatCon speech instead. But in the context of education, I believe that an education of love, a truly good education, is the cultural equivalent of a good musical education. It restores those relationships between past, present, and future. It restores harmony over dissonance within society through teaching young people what has been loved and how to love. Importantly, by teaching them the truth, that they don't exist in some abstract present, that all of history and their place in it cannot be encapsulated within a rationalist, reductive, abstract ideology of repudiation. Oakeshott himself made the point that practical education is superior to a technical one. So in light of that, I will briefly finish with a plug that I have not had authorized by the organizers of this conference. So I will briefly finish by mentioning that the Common Sense Society's Caledonia Fellowship application deadline has been extended solely for the purpose of this conference, so that anybody who's here can apply for it, so that I don't have to tell you what an education of love looks like. You can experience it for yourself firsthand. So please speak to me afterwards, have a look on the Common Sense Society website to take a look at what those fellowships entail. Please apply if it's something that interests you. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yes, hello, everybody. It's a great honor really to be here and to have this speech for you. Of course, after these two excellent and very, very stimulating speeches, it's a bit difficult to continue because of my language, which is Finnish and not English, so I can't make that kind of eloquent remarks as we have heard here. But I used to be a social scientist, a professor of social work and professor in social sciences, but now I'm more or less a student of this renaissance of conservatism here as a retired person and chairing our association, Finnish Culture and Identity. Because of my language unskills, I will stick to my written speech in order to get it done properly. Liberalism's anti-culture and classical Finnish literature. All Western countries suffer a cultural, social and political crisis. Patrick Dineen has displayed this crisis by pointing out in his book Why Liberalism Failed, that liberalism has resulted in emptying the middle ground between individual and the state by a kind of pincer movement from left and right. Classical liberalism fights for individual freedom and market economy, whereas progressive liberalism relies on the state to secure human rights and social justice. Liberalism has been attractive because of its commitment to human freedom, liberty. Most importantly, it has proven its ability to produce prosperity and relative political stability and foster individual liberty. It seems, however, that this is now over. The word libertas is, as we know, of ancient origin, and its defense and realization were primary goals of political philosophy in ancient Greece and Rome, focusing on how to constrain the impulse to tyranny. Greek philosophy regarded self-government as a continuity from the individual to the polity, and stressed education in virtue as primary. Liberty was thus thought to involve both training in discipline and self-limitation of desires, and social and political arrangements, supporting the virtues of temperance, wisdom, moderation, and justice. According to Patrick Deneen, liberal regime is constituted not only by the legal and political arrangements, but also by foundational anthropological assumptions, namely individualism with a voluntarist conception of choice and human separation from and opposition to nature. This meant a profound departure from previous ancient and Christian notions of freedom. Liberalism based thus politics upon the idea of the autonomous choice of individuals, who did not have any self-restraint born of mutual concern. Human beings are thus by nature non-relational creatures, separate and autonomous. The legitimacy of all human relationships, family relationships included, becomes dependent on whether they have been chosen on the basis of self-interest. Because of this, state is created to restrain the actions of individuals and guarantee order by legal restrictions. Liberalism began with the assertion that it merely describes our decision-making, but in fact, people were educated to think differently about themselves and their relationships. Liberalism teaches people to hedge commitments and adopt flexible relationships. Our relationships to place, neighborhood, nation, family, and religion are seen as fungible and subject to constant redefinition. The dual expansion of state and personal autonomy rests extensively on the gradual loss of particular cultures and their replacement by a pervasive anti-culture. This new anti-culture rests on an experience of time as a pastless present and on a relationship to place as fungible and without definitional meaning. My claim is that our current crisis of liberalism makes Alexis Kivi's novel Seven Brothers more and more timely. This is a Finnish classic of literature. The importance of the novel's message of homecoming and oikophilia, love in Scrutonian sense, grows day by day, I would say. Seven Brothers is an important part of the Finnish canon of literature. Published in 1870, the book provided wisdom of life and beauty for a common man at least until the first half of the previous century. That experience, if somewhat outdated, was still echoed in translator Richard Imbola's foreword to the English edition in 1991, when he wrote, "It is a threefold labor of love on Kivi's part. Love of his land, love of his people, and love of his language." The book was handsomely celebrated in 2020, but it felt somewhat ceremonial because when asked, the most prominent Finnish scholars of literature did not mention any lecture or lesson the book could teach us today. Seven Brothers is, however, a timely work of art because it deals with the sphere between individual and state, neglected by liberalism. The brothers' story of life does not fit well into liberalism's standards, but if properly studied, it uncovers things which are still profoundly and highly relevant. Freedom is understood today as doing what each of us pleases to do. There is that kind of individualistic freedom in the beginning of this novel, as the brothers established their living in the forest apart from their community. The story comes to an end, however, as they return to their place of origin and thus take their place in the long chain of past generations. The novel shows an encounter between the old and liberal concept of freedom and transcends liberal freedom. We don't know what the world order will be after 10 or 20 years' time, but it seems that we must take classical assumptions about human nature seriously. We are not simply ruthless cosmopolitans without a need for home and a nation, without love. Love requires a readiness to make a sacrifice and a sense of sacred, because, as Roger Scruton writes, without the sacred, man lives in a depersonalized world, a world where all is permitted and where nothing has absolute value. Thank you.
It's been delightful to be here and talk with so many of you. Last night I had the pleasure of meeting another person who's been through the purges, in a sense, but more seriously than myself, and we talked about carrying the torch. And it's like Frank said, it's kind of hard to tackle things such as in academia head on and not have that togetherness of working together. And that's something I'd like to address a little bit, because like with our talk last night, it happened a while ago, but we're still bleeding from it. But none of us would have been without it, because we've learned so much about it. And I really love, nice quote at the end there, I really love everything you said here. And the educational love, that sounds good. And I'm only saying this because I want to say the word love in my talk also, so that I have that. Because last night I also heard poem Invictus by William Ernest Henley. And it made me think about resilience and inner strength, but also optimism. And I would like to share with you a bit of my experience with cancel culture and academic freedom, which has to do with wokeness and inclusion, sorry to say that word, and how fear influences academics at the highest levels in Norwegian universities. And this burden, it has taught me that you would have to be crazy submissive or insane to enter academia in Norway. But I am a historian, and I prefer to see beyond mere personal stories and in broader perspectives. So I've decided to make a more positive statement, because I do remain optimistic. And I will start with wokeness, the kind of wokeness that I've experienced in academia. Because on that part, not all the wokeness that you mentioned, Emma, you kind of destroyed my argument here. But I do think that wokeness, in a sense, is a good thing, because it makes more of us. All right? And it unites us. And because many don't fit in anymore, and the lunacy and the fear in academia have gotten quite transparent now, I shall say. And now it's easier for people to spot the madness. This square, which wokeness seemed to want us to fit into, has gotten so small that their adversaries are, in fact, destroying their own hegemonies. And the only thing we need to do is not fall into their traps of living up to their hostile portrayals of you as perceived enemies, because we're not, right? Napoleon famously said, "Don't disturb the enemy while he's making a mistake." And I say, sit tight. Let's meet like we do here, and let's talk together more and more. Let's embrace humanism and human values and rights like free speech. And in not too long, we won't be the crazy ones anymore. I hope. Because the tide is definitely turning. And mind you, there will be acts, and in fact there are acts of desperation towards us from those who can't stand losing the grip they felt they had on society, on liberty, and on the silent majority. And there are many ways the world can go from here, and it's definitely easier to tear down than to build up. But here in the north, we're united and strong for the first time in centuries, actually, and that's a good thing. And to use conservative politicians who are here, you have a unique opportunity now to embrace regionalism instead of globalism, because there's a potential there. As Hannes Gissurarson, oh, I'm sorry, my Icelandic is not good enough. Hannes Gissurarson, right? Yeah, hope that was good enough. Talked about in his talk. My personal experiences in the past 5 years have taught me much about strength and the importance of courage, as opposed to succumbing to fear and weakness. Strength and courage works because it's good in the long run, and we're in for the long run, right? And we can find unity in wisdom, in knowledge, our common past, our ancestors and shared history. And let's leave the minor strides aside and unite in solidarity against the craziness. And we need to stop bullshitting. No nonsense. Let's not focus on negative drivers. Let's not feed or give in to those who undermine, who seek to divide and conquer, demoralize and dehumanize, who wrongfully try to guilt trap our minds for trials and errors in the past, because they only hope to push us into extremities when they're the ones who are acting in extreme ways. So I say wokeness is a good thing, because it makes more of us. It unites us. And if this continues, even more will see the madness and will choose to prefer us to them, like in the recent elections here in Finland. Thank you.
Well, as you can see from the program, coffee is coming soon. So stick with us just for a little moment. It was so engaging, so thrilling to listen to you. I couldn't interrupt. But listening to you all, I'm reminded of a quote from G.K. Chesterton, who said that education is simply the soul of a society as it passes from one generation to another. Well, this begs the question, how do we transmit the accumulated wisdom of our forefathers to our posterity in an age of relativism and multiculturalism? Keep it brief, and we'll maybe have more questions that we can answer.
I'll be very brief. Read my book, 100 Years of Identity Crisis, The Cultural War over Socialization, where I explain that this is the problem of our time. We're not transmitting it now, but we could.
Interesting. Well,
may I come in on that quickly? Going back to a panel earlier this morning, that briefly, the discussion about families, I think for obvious reasons, a lot of our attention when it comes to transmitting knowledge and culture focuses on the educational system. But fundamentally also what we're seeing in parallel to everything that's just been described is the breakdown of parental rights. And I think fundamentally the transmission of culture is something that has to happen in the home. So it's a very conservative idea that if you want to have strong societies and strong cultures, you have to have strong families as well. So that's something that is outside of the education system, outside of the academy, that each and every one of us can be doing, which is raising good, solid children and making sure that they have a good, sound understanding of their place in time and history and who they are. That is, and also, of course, parallel to that, you have to fight for parental rights, because one of the problems with what I was just describing there is that in the United Kingdom, that is something that's gradually being eroded. So parents have less of a right to take their children out of sex and relationship education, as one example.
And I say we don't, to answer your question. And parental, outside of academia is my personal experience, and there are so many people talking outside of and meeting outside of academia, and parental, but parental duty, more or less, because in my country we live in a country where people are so indebted that they have no choice but work so much that people break up their marriages, almost everyone in their 30s now, because they don't have time. There's too much friction, and you leave the upbringing of your children to the state. And that don't go so well, actually. So as a parent myself, it's hopeless to see, because I mean, we don't want to go there maybe and talk why it's become this way, but sure, I think, Emma, you think you're onto something there.
Yeah, just a very short answer. I think that we should really think and begin to discuss what are the cornerstones of our civilization and our culture, and really try to keep those and try to push back this invasion of irrationality.
Invasion is a good word.
Yeah, speaking of irrationality, postmodernism. The very purpose of academic freedom is to pursue truth, but postmodernism seems to be undermining that whole pursuit. How do we as conservatives face this challenge?
Well, I think the problem is not postmodernism, but when we are reluctant to acknowledge or struggle to engage in this journey for the truth. And I think that this is where it's the biggest disappointment for me. Everybody points their fingers at postmodernism. They make jokes about it. Ho, 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 ho. But what are we doing to give meaning to truth in such a way that everyday people in our lives, in our world, have something to grasp? We have to give voice to people. That's our job. And the only way we can do that is if we give truth meaning instead of worrying about the postmodernists, because nobody can understand them anyway.
Not even the postmodernists.
Yeah. And I'll follow up you there, Frank, because I totally agree. This thing with truth, as a historian, this is something that comes and goes every 20 years or so, or sometimes more. And we've seen it, people battling. And the term is, what is truth? When Joe Biden made his inauguration speech, he said, now we will fight for truth. And that's kind of scary to hear a president say that, because then the next question is, what is truth then? And is it all relative? Or can you choose the truth you want to do in these times? Or like in the Norwegian school system, truth is how you feel. It's not how someone is saying something. And it makes the teachers, they don't have any truth, basically.
Just to add to that as well, I think John Stuart Mill made the point about free speech, that it's necessary in order to correct error. And I think if we acknowledge, particularly a sort of Christian anthropology, that we're all fallen, fallible creatures who make mistakes, we know that it's not just the postmodernists who make mistakes. We all in this room will make errors of judgment at various points and think things that turn out to be untrue and are bad ideas and have possibly unintended consequences. But I assume that this is probably the case also in Scandinavian countries, or at least in the UK. This is not a problem of the people. This is a problem of the liberal metropolitan elite and the academy, and those people who are sent into our institutions from the academy, because we have an overeducated populace. I don't mean that in the literal sense. I mean lots of people are going to university where they're encountering these ideas, and then they take them with them into running our institutions and therefore the ecosystem that makes up the sort of upper echelons of our society. But actually, outside of the urban centres, this isn't what people think. This isn't how people think. And so it's not just about academic freedom, it's also about freedom of speech, that if you fight for people's freedom to say what they believe to be true, then the truth will eventually win out, because it's part of the self-correcting process of our society, that we should be able to critically engage with ideas. This is why, when we talk about having a curriculum of love, that doesn't mean that you're uncritical of your past. We know that all of our countries have done rotten things in the past. They've also done many great things. But the only way that you can actually have fruitful, fertile discussions about these things and to move forward in a conservative manner, to progress in a conservative manner, is to be able to do so freely and to be able to have free discussions like we're having today.
Emma, when you talk about this, do you think, because you're talking about trial and error, and all of European history is a history of trial and error, right? And do you think it's more like many people feel that now we shouldn't error at all? Is that sort of like the basis?
I think people have come to believe that they're at the end of history.
Right.
And That's the problem. People have for too long thought that they've arrived at the destination
It's
because
not- it's
they
not a
view
problem.
themselves outside of history rather than as part of it.
It's not a problem in Viking Age Scandinavia, because the end of history after Ragnarok, we rebuilt society.
And that is why you're all going to lead us to the conservative renaissance.
But perhaps due to, like, you go to a conservative conference like this, and you listen to conservative pundits on the internet, and you hear over and over again that academia has been captured by the left. And as a result of that, a lot of conservatives are opting out of higher education, and they take more manual labor perhaps, or something that isn't as ridden by wokeism. And they don't want to go into the path of going into the university to become a resistance there. How do we encourage people that are fit for higher education, but due to the wokeness that they perceive is dominating this university, that they opt out? What do we tell them?
Well, I think you gotta tell them you have no choice. But we have to conquer higher education. If you lose our cultural institutions entirely, then we become bereft of the support that we need to make our ways. And despite what you hear, and it is horrible in academia if you're an open conservative. I mean, they give you a hard time. I was for Brexit, and there was two of us in the university who were professors for Brexit. I went into the senior common room, and they looked at you like Dracula. Furedi has come in, and everybody puts a cross up, sort of, kind of try to keep you out. But I can only tell you my own story. Over the years, I've had over 50 PhD students who I've supervised, and they became doctors. About 40 of them are now academics. 10 of them are in politics, in public life. They're all doing really well. And that's just because of the influence of one kind of mouthy academic. Imagine if there were many of us doing that.
That shows just how dangerous you are, right?
I don't know.
That's why I couldn't get a job.
I'm a lovely guy. Everybody knows me. But I'm serious. We have to reconquer the universities. That's not an option. We can't have a conservative renaissance without there being a conservative intelligentsia. Right? You need to have a conservative intelligence in some shape or form.
Yes, I totally agree with Frank, but just one kind of point of view here is that maybe it is that more and more intellectual work is done outside university nowadays, so that there is a very keen interest in philosophy and things like that, and irrespective of all the harmful effects of this internet. So there is also very much very meaningful, important, profound lectures and discussions going on. So that might be a kind of means to also push the academics.
Yeah. I mean, I run an organization called MCC Brussels, and I'm always looking for smart people who are interested in scholarship. So if any of you want a career and fight the culture wars at a very serious level, contact me afterwards, if you're smart.
And I have to say that it's a little bit awkward. My old university, in my old university, I saw on the news here the other day that they're running a master's degree just to do office work, and there's this inflation at the same time of master's degrees and PhDs, which it's almost like they're destroying it for themselves, you know. And I was thinking until I met you, Frank, that maybe we shouldn't fight it and just if we meet a person like that, yeah, sure, let's meet and let's talk, but not inside of academia. But if it's possible to do the fight, I'm all in.
Yeah, good.
Emma, and then we have to wrap up with one tiny question? Oh, okay. The lords of time have spoken.
Maybe very, very brief. Very, very brief, to follow on from what you were saying. I think I mentioned Oakeshot's preference for practical over technical wisdom. And I think that we have seen an inflation of university qualifications, and at least it's certainly the case in the UK. I think that we shouldn't be diminishing the value in our society of non-academic career paths. I think that we should have more apprenticeships. In the UK, we've just had a policy announced that's going to allow people to become doctors through apprenticeship rather than going to medical school. Same standards, but through apprenticeship. The same with nurses. There's no reason why police officers should have to go to university. All it does is expose them to all of these ideas and put them into lots of debt and delay them settling down, having families, buying a home. So actually, I think that apprenticeships are a very conservative idea. I think that we should be encouraging people and encouraging society to value these, quote, normal jobs that don't require university degrees, and actually to be pushing for more career paths to not require university degrees, because it's not necessary.
Well, I would like to say a huge thanks to all the panelists and to you, the audience, for bearing with us, going a bit over the time, but now you will get your precious coffee. Yes.
Yes, and please be back in 15 minutes. We try to start 3:30 sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last panel session here today at the Nostos conference, the second annual Nostos conference here in beautiful Helsinki. And if everybody can please come inside and find your seats, that'd be great, because we are about to have another panel that is a continuation of a discussion we started last year in Oslo, which is the panel focusing on aesthetics. And I have to say the panel last year was absolutely great. And the name of the panel this year is On Settling Together, Beauty and Civility Among Neighbors. And the moderator is no other than our former president and current editor-in-chief of the Fox magazine Phoenix, Mr. Håkon Teig. Welcome, Håkon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to go. Like a school class, you have to follow on.
All right. Am I on? Yeah, I am. All right. Welcome to the last panel of the Nostos conference on settling together beauty and civility amongst neighbors. Nostos is, of course, the ancient Greek idea, known from the epic journey of Homer's Odyssey. 10 years described in 24 books. It's about the return home. Now that we are approaching the end of today's rather shorter journey, we'll speak about the much more difficult subject of how to actually build our homes and how we should live together, which is much harder than battling the beasts of Greek myth for 10 years straight. In line with the Scrutonian philosophy of the last year's conference, and building on the architectural panel, which Petter mentioned, which you should all actually rewatch. It is on, if you haven't watched it the first time, it's on New Direction's YouTube channel. Do subscribe. We'll hear about the values of community in terms of civility and restraint. It's the connection Roger Scruton draws between how we treat each other in society and how we build. That is, good architecture seeks to be beautiful, but it also seeks to fit in, it seeks harmony, and it's not shouting or seeking all attention, with contempt for the street and the people who have to live there. Similarly, with traditional civility and how we treat one another in accordance with norms and customs, kindness and consideration, humility and respect. In that way, we can settle, build, and live together in community. Today's panel, starting with my friend closest here, Erik Norén, is an architect and vice chair at the Swedish Arkitekturopprøret, the Architectural Uprising. He is also director of Tradition Arkitekter, and working on classical construction. Professor Ferenc Hörscher is a political philosopher and philosopher of art. He's also the author of many books, all of them you should read, particularly his political philosophy of the European city. But I know him as a friend from the Conservative Philosophy Club. Marjo Uotila is the chair of INTPOW Finland, International Network for Traditional Building, Architecture and Urbanism. Uotila founded the Finnish branch of the same Arkitekturopprøret, Architectural Rebellion. And then we have Robert Kolek. Robert Kolek is senior architectural designer and project manager at Create Streets, working with local authorities on building codes. And he has an architectural degree from London Met University. All right. Give the panel a hand. Erik first.
So, first of all, thanks a lot for letting me speak. As a Swede It's always warm and welcome to visit Finland once in a while. And to some extent, coming home and feeling at home is where I want you to think of when it comes to what I'm saying here today. So I named my talk Symbols and the Value of Architecture or Belonging, starting with a picture of a door. If you know what's behind this door, there's a great chance you're Nordic. And knowing this is an expression of what it means to be Nordic, as it says a lot about the values and symbolism in architecture in a culture. A simple door and the way it's put together says a lot. For those of you who don't know, we're in Finland, and this is a door to a sauna. This door speaks to us. It tells us what's behind us. And if you're speaking, you have a language. Architecture is a language. And most of the cultures around us have rich and strong languages in built environment. Like here in Western Norway, these wooden charming cities with these horizontal panels protecting them from the rain. Something produced through 1,000 years of knowledge. The terraced brick houses of England to solve housing crisis during the Industrial Revolution. So extremely charming, they're actually the introduction scene of Harry Potter. The old Roman cobbled streets of southern Italy and the colorful color scheme of those streets. It's so clear, it's Italy. Or the Mediterranean city, all painted in white to protect from the warmth from the sun. This is something we all know. This is a language. It tells us where it is, it tells us how it is, and who is for. It's clear to say that it's a church, a mosque, a house, a store, an office building. It speaks to us. And it's really, really important for us to know this language, because being able to understand how our built environments are intended to be used prevents us from destroying and misusing them. Therefore, understanding this language arms us with the knowledge that, in the end, can lead us to make better decisions concerning culture, heritage, cities, ecology, and sustainability. So this is a language. This speaks to us. Then what is this? What does it say? For whom is it? What is it? Where is it? I know, I made this presentation. This is in Paris. Who could know? Because this doesn't speak to us. And in truth, this is about our homes, who we are, and how we want to live. And I believe this is about who we want to be as a people, how we build our homes and our common spaces, and what we leave behind for those who come after us. And it's up to us, and it's our responsibility to care and fight for these questions, and not fall for the modernist and globalist dogmas about architecture without beauty, without any sense of place, and without any place for humans. Thank you. So just like a spoken language, it should be a right for everyone and every nation and any community to express their own languages in architecture. And we should allow the community to develop express their own styles and protect and preserve the cultural heritage they already have in the built environments, and not let it be threatened by globalist ideas like modernism. Everything doesn't have to look the same everywhere. So local architecture, it's telling you when you're home, when you've done your Nostos. You may feel home around the family and your friends, but your home is also a physical space. It's a built environment. So if you remove architecture from a city or from a village, you're left with a group of people and some roads. That's it. When you remove architecture, there's only people and roads left. So the architecture of a place is the receipt of the culture and the people living there for generations. Therefore, what we build says a lot about who we are and what we leave behind for our next generations. So that will be our story. That will tell our story. So therefore, we must fight and make sure that what we leave behind will be the greatest of gifts to our grandchildren. So experience passed down over generations is to some extent the definition of culture. I will not talk about architectural symbols. You all know about the Eurovision Song Contest, right? This is here in Helsinki. Those beautifully made stone men are just outside the railroad station in Helsinki. Largest city, capital city, largest railway station in Finland. So if you want to make a statement, if you want to support your artist competing for Finland, you do this. How come? Because those stone statues are imprinted in the minds of Finns. It's a symbol of Finland. It's the symbol of people who pass by this very, very, very busy train station. It means something to them. It's a symbol. It's something for them to gather around. When you want to say something, the condolences of a whole country could be shown with one building. Just has to be the right one. We need these kinds of symbols to gather around. This is who we are. It reflects us. It makes us gather. The reason this photographer took this picture is because this motive means something. Brandenburger Tor is a symbol of Germany. The colors of the Ukrainian flag on that says something. And the reason the protest was held at that place is because that place means something to these people. It's important for them. It's their democratic squares, like the Romans used to collect themselves at the Forum, Germans do at the Brandenburger Tor. Same thing in Norway. The Rose Sea, after the terror attacks in Utøya, resulted in a square covered in flowers. The Norwegian people didn't really know where to go when this tragedy struck them. So they went to this church square. There are several churches in Oslo. How come this one? Because it means something to them. It's a symbol for their culture. It's a symbol for their natural heritage. It's something where they could gather as a group. It's important to their culture. Architecture is important to their culture. We have to fight for these spaces. And we have to be very, very cautious and careful when we build new things to make sure that the next generation will have similar things and not destroy the ones we already have. I'll tell you about a famous quote by an even more famous person. Do you recognize this room? It might be easier with people. This is the House of Commons in the Parliament building in London. This is where Britain as a country used to be ruled from. It still is. It's a very important room. This is how this room looked during the war. This is this very famous man, Winston Churchill, in the ruins in the Houses of Parliament in the destroyed parliamentary room. There was a discussion after the war on how to rebuild this room. It was very lively as a debate. They were discussing either to rebuild it exactly how it was, or go for a more European semicircle parliamentary room. And Winston Churchill said that this room can be and is, to some extent, the result of the two-party system in Britain. The way this room works, the way this architecture makes us move, talk, and look as people, as politicians, as representatives of the people, is important. And it has always been. So if we change this, we change Britain. So he said, we shape our buildings, and thereafter our buildings shape us. Very famous quote, and now you know the story behind it. So what's my call then? What's my point? What do I want you to understand from this? First of all, architecture affects us. Architecture affects us, and it says something about who we are. It reflects us. To some extent, it's the receipt of our civilization. There's value in belonging. The local value in feeling like belonging somewhere. And architecture can help with that. Local and traditional architecture can create identity and belonging, while modernism often does the opposite. It's rootless. It belongs nowhere. It's equally wrong wherever it is. It's international. And we have to care. We must care for our surroundings, and we have to strive for beauty and respect within our communities. This to give ourselves, as human beings, a setting of harmony in the places where we live our lives together. So I'll end with another quote. Tradition is a set of solutions for which we have forgotten the problems. Throw away the solution and you get the problem back. Kiitos. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to be here again. again, meaning that last year I was invited to Oslo and this year here. I am from Budapest, Hungary, a country which claims to be a relative of Finland, of the Finnish people. So I wonder if that's true or not, but we claim it, and that makes it a real relationship, a friendship, which I hope will help the discussion. I present today something on which I was working for some time, which was this book about our great friend, the late Sir Roger Scruton. This book is concerning his work on art and politics and the relationship between these two fields. And the man looked like that, and his environment looked like that. That's his study, and you note the books behind him. It's something that is out of fashion nowadays, that you have books in your rooms, but that's the way that he did it. And you also know the pianos, the music instruments that he used for enjoyment and for contemplation as well. And this is, again, Roger Scruton, quite close to the other one, because this is his country estate or cottage, and he, the country gentleman, enjoying the life of a farmer, in fact, with his family. And I think that two things together tells you a lot about this author. A man of studies, of education, of culture, and a man of cultivating the land and cultivating friendship in a local community in rural Wiltshire. And let me, the third one, the last, one of the last scenarios where he presented himself. It's the local church. Well, not really local. He had to travel a little bit because that's an Anglican chapel where the traditional way of praying was still in practice, and that's where he was playing the organ. So this is the person that I want to deal with, but of course concentrating on architecture. And he has got two books which I would call your attention to. One is on the aesthetics of architecture from 1979. And another one, a collection of essays, The Classical Vernacular, which is from the mid-90s. And in my book, I try to explain the context of those books, starting out with his friendship with an older colleague, David Watkin, an art historian in Cambridge, in Peterhouse, Cambridge, and also the way that he arrived to a theoretical account of architecture, which is the first book. And the second one is a more relaxed and more elaborated version of his theories of architecture. And his final years were spent around regulating urban communities and the architectural regulations in Britain, actually, in this commission, Building Better, Building Beautiful. That's the last phase of his public career and a very important moment in his life, in his final years. But today I will concentrate on a single issue, which I called, following his directions, the art of the appropriate. And to show what he means by it, I choose this little interior of a chapel, the Pazzi Chapel in Florence, by Brunelleschi. And I would like to concentrate on this single corner in the back of that chapel. If you look at that, it presents you with a major problem of architecture, how to solve the problem of the corner. It sounds somewhat strange that it can be a problem, but it is a problem. And it is a problem that was already discussed by Wittgenstein in his lectures on aesthetics, when he described the work of the builder, the designer, but even more the builder, who wants to find the right place for a door in a wall. And that's how he describes the process. You design a door and look at it and say, higher, higher, higher. Oh, all right. And you make a gesture because you are relieved. You found the right place. And Wittgenstein tries to understand what is happening in this process, during this process. And let's see how Roger Scruton describes the same thing, how an architect struggles with solving this problem. According to him, the problem is this. There are two pilasters on the two sides of the corner, on the two endings of the walls that meet in the corner, and you have to make a decision what to do with those two pilasters. And of course, you had the earlier solution by Sangallo, who shows that in fact you can disregard the problem and put the two pilasters side by side. But then, according to Scruton, there is a better solution, and this is the better solution. When one of the pilasters get buried into the other wall. Why? Because then the two of them will not compete with each other. There will be a natural order between the two, and that makes the design better. You have to judge it for yourself. This was Sangallo's solution, and this one is Brunelleschi's. And to make that decision, you have to rely on your own aesthetic judgment. And that's the crucial thing, according to Roger Scruton. You have to be able to make your own aesthetic judgment. Which solution is better? The one where the two pilasters are side by side, they are much wider, and it makes the whole structure stronger and more powerful, or you want a more elegant and more lighter version, which is Brunelleschi's one. And what does it suggest us about architecture? It suggests us that architecture is about the details. It's not about the grand scenarios. It's about the small, minor details, about what is to be done with a small detail, how to put together the small details into a whole. You build it up part by part, and you try to find the right place for every little detail. And that's the art of the appropriate. What you do is to find the appropriate place for each and every little piece, and you find the connection between them. And the appropriate place is the one when the relation which enables us to see the existence of one part as providing a reason for the existence of another. So all the little parts find their place, and they will explain each other, and they will build up the building. That's what is the achievement of the Renaissance, and in particular of Alberti, who was both an architect and a theoretician. And that's important for Scruton, who was himself a theoretician of art, but also a practitioner of art. And this is a subject matter which needs to be practiced. You can teach it, but your teaching will do nothing if you don't have your own personal experience of it. The two go hand in hand. You have to practice it if you want to teach it. It's like all human activities. If you want to teach it properly, you have to be able to do it. Otherwise, you will not teach it the right way. And that is already a claim about human nature as such. And this is where our problem widens up. What is the claim that is made here about human nature? It is a claim that the human being is a person who is defined by relationships. It's not an atomic particle in the universe. It's something that is related to others. And in these relationships, this being will find the reasons for its own existence, the meaning of its own existence. In these relationships, the human being will find his or her place, her and his home. That's what is meant philosophically by the term of homecoming, to find the meaning of your life. And in architecture, it's the same thing as in politics, as in everyday morality, and in all practical activities of the human being. We have to be able to make sense of our activity. You have to be aware why you are here. I have to be aware what I want to tell you, and the two of us have to be able to interact, to exchange our views on that. And that's what we are going to do if I end it on time. So I try to do so, and that's why I have to skip some of the slides as a gesture towards the others, and rather try to finish up beside pointing out that Roger Scruton had, of course, an earlier forerunner who pointed out this relationship between subject and object, between me and the other, and that is, of course, David Hume. And you see David Hume in front of this piano, and I like the parallel of the two. But that's not the point that I have to make as a final point, but rather to point out that the sort of aesthetic judgment that we were talking about, and the sort of attributing meaning to those judgments, is something that you cannot give the principles of. There are no overall theories for that. There are no rules of taste. Taste is something that you have to practice, and you learn by practice. And that's true about your own work, and it's true about the human being as a practical actor in his or her own life. And finally, let me also use this occasion to try to refer to my present work and an opportunity where we can discuss your own ones. My present project is on the concept of civility, which is based on this idea of the philosophical concept of the person, i.e. that we are defined by our relationships, by our tasteful manners, by our practical wisdom, and that's the concept of civility that I will work on. And the claim is that culture is upstream from politics. That's I kill actually my work, because now I told you the message that I want to bring out, but that's because it might help to make the two claims that I will finish on. One is that I think that this discussion today showed us that Roger Scruton and his work, his philosophical legacy, can work as a lingua franca of the renaissance of conservatism. And I think that's something that we all agreed on, because we kept referring to him as a common reservoir of knowledge. And this Scrutonian legacy, the lingua franca of conservative renaissance, can be called, I claim, classical conservatism, or for a longer term, classical common sense conservatism. And we are going to discuss all of that at this event, the Budapest Scruton Seminar, which is going to happen in the last week of June. And as Emma did with the Common Sense Society's meeting, Caledonia Fellowship, the Budapest Scruton Seminar is still open for you if you are interested in addressing these issues together in a friendly community. So thanks for listening to me, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Yes, the microphone is working. Perfect. While we're waiting for my fabulous slides, I have 2 points to make. One regarding Sir Roger Scruton. For anyone here who would be interested in hearing what Sir Roger Scruton has to say about beauty in architecture, I strongly recommend the video essay he made for BBC a couple of years ago, and it's called Why Beauty Matters. So if you ever wonder, or if you ever have to explain to anyone why beauty in architecture and built environment matters, that's the perfect source for it. It's been a source of inspiration for me on my path towards beautiful architecture. And one other thing that occurred to me when I'm very honored to be here, I'm very honored to be invited in this esteemed conference and to this esteemed panel. But about this place where we are now, I don't know if this was chosen on purpose by the organizers of this conference, but this is the very location where Eliel Saarinen, our most famous architect, Finnish architect, designed Kalevala House in the 1920s. It was never built, but you can look up Kalevala House and you will find out all the various things that happened on the way of trying to build this fabulous house for Finnish culture, Finnish history, Finnish research on that time. But this wasn't at all what I was going to talk about and what I was invited to talk about. But I was invited to talk about my work as the founder of Arkkitehtuurikapina. That's, if you are not familiar with Arkkitehtuurikapina, just Google it, join it, and be part of the people's movement towards better, more beautiful built environments. And Arkkitehtuurikapina is the Finnish sibling of the Architectural Uprising group, already operating in all the Nordic countries where it started, and also outside the Nordics. So it's growing, I think, more than 100,000 members in different social media platforms. So join us. I'm also the founder and chair of INTBAU activities in Finland. That's also striving for similar goals. But unlike Arkkitehtuurikapina, which is a people's movement, grassroots movement, for ordinary people's movement, wishing to have a better, more beautiful built environment, INTBAU is operating in 40 countries. And it's basically a group of professional people, professional architects, designing new classical, new traditional architecture. So that's the difference, but the goals are the same. Further, I'm currently also the chair of the Urban Development Committee in my hometown, Kaarina, which is located next to Turku, if anyone is interested. So I had my personal enlightenment, and that was in 2015, when I recognized that we were told many, many lies, many fallacies. I will talk more about the fallacies everybody knows in a minute. But I was really, really frustrated. I didn't know what to do. So I I just thought, well, I have to do something, and that's why I founded Arkkitehtuurikapina. I had never been active in social media. I had never thought of becoming an activist or nothing of the sort, but I had to do something. Further, my background is in research, in sociology, so obviously I tried to find as much information, research, studies that I could possibly find. And also I thought that it would be a good idea to write in Finnish language about what the research says in different languages already, and what kind of beautiful environments, beautiful new buildings are possible in other countries, but not here in Finland. And also I felt the need to influence policies and legislation, so that's why I went into politics. And why is it important now? I have learned to know so many people that have been promoting, working for better, more beautiful human environments for decades. But why is architectural uprising, arkkitehtuurikapina, arkkitehtuuruproret, the thing that is making the change right now? And my claim is that with all the drawbacks, it's because of social media. So with social media, our message can be reached by so many more people, and we can join forces and we can form networks unlike before. Also, this is my guiding line. I think that urban infill, new buildings, especially in historic neighborhoods, should strive for adding beauty and harmony instead of ugliness and contrast. And like in the previous speaker slides, this is exactly what's happening. There is more ugliness and contrast, and we should not let that happen. We should strive for the opposite. Well, I'm not going to dive into the multitude of research available, but if you connect with me on LinkedIn or Facebook or Twitter, you will find my writings and references to so many different research articles, from environmental psychology to surveys to any other humanist research field, backing the same thing. Backing what kind of buildings and environments people share this idea of beauty. This is just one example. People who are from Finland, you might remember this case. The rendering on the right is the building that will be built in Tampere, Finland. It is currently being built, but at the time of this competition, this voting, it was just a rendering. And a young architecture student called Veeti Heikura from Tampere, he made the design on the left-hand side. It was a counter proposal, and Aamulehti, which is the local newspaper in Tampere, arranged this competition among their readers about which one of these buildings the people living in Tampere would like to see built in that particular very central location in Tampere. And well, now you don't have to guess what happened. So my only question is, who are those 4.5% people voting for the right-hand side? So this is a no-brainer. Most people prefer similar kinds of features in built environments. Then there's this case of sustainability. We hear a lot about sustainability, and there's also a lot of greenwash going on, especially in the modernist architecture circles, claiming whatever seems to be sustainable. But in fact, what is genuinely, by definition, sustainable architecture, that would be the one based on traditional and classical ideals. With design principles such as sensitivity to context, human scale, local materials, reducing environmental impact of building, craftsmanship, symmetry, proportions, subdivisions, and ornamentation. All very, very common in traditional architecture. Then I thought maybe I would entertain you a little bit, because it's quite late in the afternoon. I'm not going to sing, don't worry. I could. I'll save it to the later evening. That wasn't a promise. Well, the fallacies, I find this a very interesting thing, because you are about to hear and see a couple of very, very common fallacies, very, very common sayings or truths that are not questioned. And I think that we should really start harshly questioning them. They are in no particular order, just random order. And there are more fallacies. This is just to give you an idea of what's going on. So you all hear that, of course, we would like to build more beautiful houses, but we can't because it's so expensive. I've started to ask for Excel sheets every time I hear this claim, and nobody has ever produced any Excel sheets proving this point. And what's even worse, or better, there's a recent study from the Royal Institute of Technology from Stockholm saying, it's actually from the architecture department, by the way. And the outcome says it is most definitely not more expensive to build more beautiful than to build more ugly. So it's a no-brainer as well. And people living in Finland might recognize this photo. It's a brand new hospital complex in Jyväskylä, Finland. Black as black can be. Why are we having this sort of hospitals? Are we thinking that people will get better seeing these monstrosities in black? And also, this is not a cheap building. The ugly buildings are not cheap. They are very expensive. Well, another thing, you have all heard also that, well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, which basically means that it doesn't really matter what kind of buildings or built environments we'll have. Everybody has a different opinion. Somebody likes merihaka. Well, somebody likes merihaka, that's for sure. For those who don't know what merihaka is a housing complex in Helsinki, very, very brutalist. But the fact that there are some people preferring merihaka against Huvilakatu, it doesn't mean that everybody has a different opinion. It just means that some people prefer modernist buildings and some don't. And the majority of people preferring non-modernist buildings, that's the majority of people. And that's what we should listen to. Further, what we also hear very often, that buildings should not copy the past. Buildings should be modern. Buildings should be reflecting our age, not some history or some past. But you know what? We have accepted that buildings copy the past in massive scale, in industrial scale, and nobody says anything about that. So my question is, what's the difference between copying and copying? I don't see the difference. It's just an ideological difference. Something should not be copied, but something is allowed to be copied in mass industrial scale. These photos are, by the way, new buildings, new residential areas, mainly from Nordic countries. Helsinki, Copenhagen, Stockholm, I think Göteborg, maybe Oslo. And there was a recent, if you want to look up the Guardian, there was a long article some time ago in the Guardian newspaper where the journalist had visited these different cities, trying to find something that is genuine, something that is reflecting the cultures in these countries and cities. Well, they are not reflecting any of our culture. It's just what Eric was describing, the international modernism, or whatever it should be called. I don't know. Further, buildings should reflect their own time. But my question is, whatever is being built today, it always reflects our time. So who has invented this concept that our time should be reflected by the monstrous ugliness that anyone can come up with? I think that we should strive for changing that. These are, by the way, modern healthcare buildings. The one on the left-hand side is from Finland. I forgot which city because it has no reflection of the city or Finland. It could be, the only reason I remember it's from Finland is because I wrote it there. Without that information, I wouldn't even know if it's from Finland or, I don't know, from Sweden or somewhere else. But there are possibilities to build continuing the traditions, like, for instance, the healthcare building, healthcare facility on the right-hand side. That's from Denmark. And also, I'm really fed up with this. So there are so many times I keep hearing, and you keep hearing, that it's a good idea to have contrast between old and new. To strive for contrast, that's good. Well, look at the building, look at the photo. Is it really a good idea? Does it really reflect something positive from our culture or from our time or age? So this is actually just creating more chaos. If you think of it, if you always try to add more contrast to anything that you're building, you are most definitely creating more chaos. Is that a good thing? I don't think so. And this is, I think this is my final fallacy slide, and then I'm reaching the final slides of my presentation. I think that we have had, during the past years, many past years, unquestioned objectives of building to add density and to add height. But my question is, what is at the end of this story? If you always only try to add more density and more height and don't care about any of the human aspects of built environments, you will definitely create dystopia. And we are creating dystopia ourselves, and we should stop. Well, I have one very good example, by the way. Somebody was mentioning Rauma. People in Finland know Rauma and Old Rauma, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, by the way. This is from Old Rauma. This photograph is from late 60s, at the heart of UNESCO World Heritage. And I'm quite sure I don't have to ask which part of the photo does not fit in. And it was even called the sugar cube. And I still don't understand why it was a good idea to build such a 1960s typical sugar cube at the heart of UNESCO World Heritage Site. But sometimes miracles happen. This is the same site. This is new urban infill blending in, and it should be blending in. So the owners of the site, and this actually has been done at the end of 1980s. So this wasn't done recently. It's quite some time ago. But anyone walking past this building or the UNESCO World Heritage Site in Rauma now would just think, well, this is a very well preserved old building that should be there as it is. And this is, I think, a very good guiding line for all urban infill. Not contrast, but blending in. But still, typically, that was not mainstream. This is mainstream. And I think that we should just stop this kind of mainstream and change the way new buildings are built, especially next to old ones. The ones that know about Helsinki, this is from the name of the street. It's a very, very short street. It's called Punanotkon katu 2, Punanotkon katu 2, if anyone is interested, just to go and see. But there's this very famous new Renaissance building on the right-hand side. And what was next to it from the 60s until 2000 something, there was this monstrous headquarters of Valmet, I think, and also headquarters of Finnish police at some time, that was demolished. And that would have been a perfect opportunity to create something nicer, something friendlier, something more polite next door to the Ohrana house, by the way. Finns know about the Ohrana house. That's the new Renaissance house there. But no, we had this fairly similar copy pastiche of a modernist block. That was a missed opportunity. I don't think this is a good way. So that's basically why I've founded Arkkitehtuurikapina. Please join, unless you already have. We are also on Twitter and in Instagram, but most active in Facebook. So I thank you very much, and please connect with me today, later, or online later on. Thank you.
So as I wait for my slides to come up, just first want to say thank you very much for the invitation. It's my first time in Helsinki, and I look forward to seeing some of the city tomorrow as I get a chance to walk around before flying back to London. And in case you couldn't tell by my accent, I'm not Nordic, but I've been living in Europe since 2007 and had an opportunity to visit a number of places in Europe now. So I'm going to talk to you today about community design in beautiful streets. Let's see, is that the right button? So Create Streets is an organization that's involved quite heavily in the planning debate in England. We're London-based, but we're kind of across England. And we also have an associated charity, the Create Streets Foundation. And at our heart, we exist to make it easier to build more beautiful, high-density places that people can really love for generations, because sort of as I've heard from my colleagues here, it sounds like you're having a housing crisis in the Nordic countries as well, and that's certainly very much true in London. There's a huge lack of housing in London particularly. In England, it's estimated on the low end that there's a need for 1 million to 4 million new houses. So we really think it's important that we build more houses, but we think it's also extremely important that we do it in a way that's beautiful. And the way we do that is kind of working from two levels. We work on the research side, doing research into what kind of houses people want, what are the root causes of planning issues and the housing crisis. But then we also work from the bottom up, almost grassroots, working with community groups and co-designing projects with local communities. We do a lot of advocacy work. We've got a video on YouTube, which you can go and see. And then here's a couple of research things that we've done over the past 10 years. And I would say that the research, it not only informs the work that we then do with our clients, but it's also really crucial into making changes at the national planning level. Because even if something seems common sense, and I think certainly among the panelists here, a lot of this does seem common sense to us, but you can't just go to a planning official or a treasury official and say, let's change this law because it's the obvious thing to do. You need research to back that up. We kind of live in this age where data is king. So we've done research from anything to from property prices, which kind of houses are more expensive, which kind of houses people are more willing to pay for, to basics like what's the best placement for a bench within a public space. And one of the key pieces of research that our director Nicholas Boyce-Smith worked on with Sir Roger Scruton was the Living with Beauty report of the Building Better, Building Beautiful Commission, which then led on to a number of changes that are coming up into the UK planning system. In particular, something that I'm working on quite a lot, which are design codes. Design codes are a new planning policy that's being mandated now from local authorities and from private developers to kind of set standards for what's going to be accepted by local communities. And final point on the housing issue is I definitely recommend reading an article called The Housing Theory of Everything, which is on the Works in Progress website, because it touches on a lot of the topics that have come up in panels today, which is that unaffordable housing has huge knock-on effects on society, especially on young people. So issues like low birth rates, breaks on economic growth and productivity, they can all be traced back to a lack of affordable housing. So I definitely recommend reading that article. So as I said, Create Streets does a lot of work with community groups. So I'm going to go through a couple of the community projects we've done, but also with keeping in mind that I really think it's important to trust local communities. When you're in sort of the architectural world, it's very easy to lose faith and kind of assume that architects have lost their minds. And it's true that many architects, I think, have. But local people haven't, as we've seen already. When you do local polls and visual preference surveys, as we like to call them, it's almost across cultural boundaries that you see support of 75–80% for traditional architecture. So modernist architects generally do live in an echo chamber, but it's not something that's reflected among local people. So we like working with local people and having not just our preferences, but their preferences validated in the work that we do. So the first project I'll go through, this was kind of the project that put Create Streets on the map. It was called Mount Pleasant. It was a big Royal Mail site in London, which Royal Mail had wanted to redevelop. And they'd already chosen sort of their preferred developer partner. They spent tons of money and had a scheme which the local community hated. So Nicholas put together a group of architects, planning officials, basically a lot of consultants, and he was kind of finding his way when he was doing this project. But we put together a counter proposal of a development of traditional, not just traditional architecture, but traditional streets and squares. This is a sketch that Francis Terry did to show that you could have beautiful public spaces, you could have beautiful architecture that wasn't more expensive to do. This is a watercolor sketch he did. And the project had over 95% support in local polls. And at the time, Boris Johnson, who's the mayor of London at the time, also gave his support to the project and said that it was a very beautiful project. But it didn't matter. Unfortunately, this is what was built instead, because developers don't care what local people think, as I think we all know. So unfortunately, this wasn't a win, but we continue to work on other projects like this one. So this is in the far north of England, in a city called Sunderland, which is one of the most deprived cities, or it has some of the most deprived areas in England. And it's been completely decimated in terms of its urban fabric. Like a lot of cities since the war, the town center has been completely hollowed out. People who have a bit more money have all moved out into the suburbs. So this is what those streets used to look like. It used to be actually one of the most prosperous neighborhoods in the city. But then it started getting hollowed out in the 1860s. Big houses that used to be owned by prominent local residents like lawyers and merchants and sea captains started moving out. Houses were turned into flats. Eventually they got dilapidated and the streets were demolished, as you saw. So we came in to work with a local group called the Living Arts Hub, which was a group of local artists who were looking not just for more affordable housing, but also for space where they could build their art and paint and do glassworks. A lot of them who had moved out of more expensive places like London, looking for somewhere more affordable to do that. So we ran a series of workshops with them. We brought in some of our favorite local architects, other consultants, and we worked up, what kind of place they would like to see, and this was the result. So while not quite traditional in architecture, it is a traditional pattern of terrace streets. So restitching the urban fabric, essentially building the same kind of housing that was there before, and as I said, maybe not quite traditional architecture, but it is good traditional urbanism with high quality materials which reflect the local area, and this project is going well. Whether it looks exactly like this computer rendering it's still too early to tell, but we're quite hopeful. The project has funding and there's a developer partner in place that we're working with. Okay. Going to quickly kind of go through the final bit. We are called Create Streets, and that's because we believe that streets are some of the most important places in our cities. And they're some of the places that have been most hollowed out in recent years. Somewhere that used to be a place that kids would play and could even be a beautiful place, a quiet place. Suddenly, streets are now a piece of infrastructure dominated by cars and loud noises. So we think that streets should, again, be places that you can linger in, enjoy spending time in, and bring that vision. How did we get there? Well, post-war planning, you had a lot of architects like Frank Lloyd Wright, even Corbusier, who had these visions of segregated cities where you would have your big streets, your big buildings, and everything, employment over here, housing over there, and everything would be connected by these big fast roads. And we lost that vision of streets as public places. An example here, this is Park Lane in London. It used to be one of the most beautiful streets in London, the most expensive street in London, and now it's basically a traffic sewer. This is just close by. So how are we working on these issues? Well, Create Streets does a lot of work on things like design guides and design codes, working with local councils, local authorities. So we just completed Surrey County Council's new street design guide, which means that within Surrey, streets now have to follow traditional urbanism, and hopefully in the next couple of years, streets in Surrey will be much, much better places. This is another example. This is in Rochdale, again, another quite deprived area, not too far from Manchester. It used to be a vibrant place within Rochdale, a kind of a commercial hub. And this is what it looks like today. Post-war planning completely obliterated all the buildings and put in this big wide road. This is what it looks like now. This is what we think it will look like in a couple of years' time, essentially bringing back the buildings, putting in cycle lanes and making it tree-lined, beautiful architecture, and once again creating a real place within the city rather than just somewhere that you drive through as quickly as you possibly can. This is a project reimagining what a high street can be, making a place for pedestrians and cars to drive through slowly with a beautiful park in the middle. We believe it's important to do soft edges to make beautiful places and making places that really feel like they have character. A lot of the things you see in this rendering actually are extremely difficult to get through planning officials. Highways engineers, transport engineers are basically the sort of demons of making good places, and a lot of what you see is basically illegal, but we're going to try to do it anyway. Because we always need streets for cars, but we also need streets for people, which have texture, places that you actually want to spend time in, and that feel like they have a character in the sense of place, and places which can be for people and beauty and greenery. So thank you very much.
I see the next keynote is going to get mic'd up. And that means we'll have time for a few questions. The one, I suppose, that I thought about first is all this community emphasis you have is slightly different, it seems, to what's happening in Hungary, where the government has initiated huge building projects, fixing up the city, building anew, and so on. So what is best, you think, and anyone can answer, between this top-down approach and the community approach? And do we in fact need both?
Just to introduce the issue that you brought up, in Budapest recently there is a large-scale construction work financed by public money with the aim of reconstructing buildings that were destroyed either in the Second World War or in the communist period. And it means that they can rebuild buildings which were destroyed, or build ones which were not actually executed, but the plans are there and we can build them. And so there are huge discussions because, of course, there are issues of cultural heritage included in this project, i.e. how to preserve what you have got and how to be honest to that tradition. Is it possible to build in the 21st century buildings which were planned earlier in an earlier century, and to do it with modern technology, with modern materials? Would that be something like cheating, or is it, as the government claims, a question of moral judgment, i.e. that if foreign power, totalitarian power destroys your cities, you have got the right, in fact the duty, to rebuild those buildings. So these are the issues involved, and I think that it's really something actually happening all around Europe, including Germany or earlier Poland. So I think it's something that is there, and apparently people like it. So there is public support for that. But of course, the profession is against it, and at least part of the profession, and of course there is a political issue involved.
Mm. In Norway, we have building codes or laws in place that makes it possible for the municipality to regulate, so that you can build beautiful and create the sort of towns and cities that we want. But for that, it requires, I suppose, a democratic message. What's the shortest democratic sort of sloganizing you can do to really mobilize the masses to demand from the lawmakers in their local communities? Robert, go.
Well, I think it is a controversial topic, and it is one that can get politically loaded very quickly, because you don't want the kind of situation like what you found in the United States, where President Trump was working on this federal architectural mandate, which would have mandated classical architecture for large-scale government projects. I think it was federal buildings of construction value over $50 million. And it did get passed, but before it could make any kind of impact, it was one of the very, very first things that President Biden did, was to reverse that executive order, almost within like the first week.
That's why you need conservative governments to keep on in power.
Well, ideally, yes. But it also touches on this paradox I think Mario touched on, where it seems to be completely okay for governments to go and build tons of modernist buildings, but as soon as there's a classical building, or even something vaguely traditional, suddenly it becomes very, very controversial, and especially among the architectural profession, you'll get professional organizations like the American Institute of Architects or the Royal Institute of British Architects who will come out against this kind of design and demand that it's a neutral process. You know, neutral, of course, always meaning what they want. So I think a top-down approach is risky. That's why with things like design codes, it's crucial that you do have the community engagement up front, so that even if the result does end up mandating some form of traditional architecture, that it's not something that feels like it's being forced onto people, but it actually is something that the people have chosen for themselves. And you know, luckily, as I said, 75 to 80% of people, at least in England, do seem to prefer traditional architecture. And of the design code that I'm recently working on, the traditional buildings have had support up to 96%. The most modernist house had 33% support. So I think that the mandate in that case was pretty clear.
Then Mario can have a very quick one.
Yes, just a comment here. I think that what almost all boils down to is education, and the education of architects. And what I see is already happening in some other countries, maybe not in Finland yet, but there is demand by the students of architecture to have more information, more education on classical and traditional architecture, and not just only as something of the past times, something belonging to history, but languages that are alive and could solve so many problems that we have in our built environments. So education would be the key to this, and not only this mono education on modernist tradition, but also, yeah.
I would like to add on to several of these things, but first of all, a slogan.
Eric.
Yeah, sorry.
Just, I think you can find, because you are brilliantly polemical and wonderful at explaining, but I think we should, for democratic purposes, purchase a bus and bus you about in all the Scandinavian countries where you can give speeches and arouse the public. I think that's my answer to the democratic question. But for the purposes here, I think one slogan.
Wrap it for your as a gift for your grandchildren.
Yes. Was that it? Yeah. Brilliant. Very good. All right. Thank you. Let's go.
So our day is coming to an end. I would like, first of all, to say thank you to all of you. I think we have roughly the same number of guests that we had this morning, and so it gives a sense to my job. So thank you very much for that. Quite often when you organize an event, you have a full room in the morning, and the evening you are quite alone on the panel. So I think we can be proud about that today. Now we will move to the closing speech. I would like to introduce you Sigmundur. Sigmundur is a former Prime Minister of Iceland, former Minister of Justice of Iceland. He's a current MP and also the chair of the Centre Party. But if I need to say only one thing about you, Sigmundur, it's not about your extensive CV. I don't know where you are, Sigmundur. It's that you are actually just a good man. You are trying to bring something positive to the society, and you are trying to make your country a better place for all of the citizens. So I think that's the most important thing that I learned about you, even though I spent only 24 hours in Iceland. Sigmundur, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, honored speakers and guests, thank you for this excellent conference. And thank you, Witold, for your very kind words. Thanks to New Direction, all the planners who made this happen. Thanks to Petter and Håkon for all their help to me. Thanks to Päivi for her incredible fight, and to the great panels that we have all enjoyed so much today. This really is a fantastic gathering. But as we've heard today, there is reason for concern, but there is also a new hope. The states of traditional center and right-wing parties in the Nordic countries should, however, worry us, despite the positive developments we've heard about today. I will use my own country as an example, Iceland. It will be a short example, so don't worry, this won't be an Icelandic election speech. In my country, the party on the right, the ruling party of the 20th century, is now almost indistinguishable from the Social Democrats as they were a while ago. The Progressive Party, which used to be on the center with a strong agrarian national conservative streak, is now simply trying to copy the Social Democrats, who in turn positioned themselves left of the socialist left Greens, at least for a while. The current Icelandic government consists of parties that were previously placed on the far left, the center, and on the right. At the start, they said this should not be a government about big political issues, but rather about stability. And what does this stability without politics look like? Spending is totally out of control. No government has increased spending as fast. The budget has grown by over 33% in real terms under one government. Immigration is also totally out of control. Last year we had a record population growth in Iceland, but for every new Icelandic citizen, each single Icelandic citizen, we added 15 new foreigners. Currently, the government has a bill that aims to put more or less the entire nation, from kindergarten to nursing homes, on some sort of re-education course to explain how to think and how to speak. And of course, they call it the hate speech bill. You may not have experienced such a perfect storm of stability, but we see similar developments in other Nordic countries, where many parties, from left to right, were becoming indistinguishable from each other. All following the current zeitgeist and, of course, the establishment. all wanting to get into government at any cost, but not too bothered about their previous ideologies once they get there. This is a sad state of affairs for traditional conservative parties, particularly when they have such huge opportunities, given the fact that the new left has gone crazy with their identity politics and anti-society politics. Every pillar of Western civilization and the rule of law is being undermined. We cannot just look on as bystanders and hope that the others will get tired of digging. In fact, many nominally right-wing and centrist politicians are helping them dig and bringing them sandwiches, meaning political nourishment. The 20th century's measurements of left and right in politics have changed so much that some of the founding fathers of the Nordic social democrats, like Thorvald Stauning in Denmark and Hjalmar Branting in Sweden, both hated by conservatives in their time, would probably now have more in common with us than the new left. They were nationalistic, and Stauning's famous election slogan was "Stauning or chaos." Yet the modern left's main objective is chaos. It is their bread and butter. So, the left has gone nuts. But what about the situation with conservatives and libertarians? And of course, also classical liberalism, which we all hold in high regard. Both conservatism and libertarianism are very important. We know that, and we have a lot of libertarians with us here today. Many conservatives support much or most of the libertarian message, but they are not quite the same thing. I'm not here to criticize libertarians, but I need to use them in a sort of free market manner as an example to explain the difficulties of conservatism. Conservatives in the Nordic countries too often seem more afraid of defending their position than the libertarians. Perhaps this is something to do with the fact that libertarianism is an ideology like socialism. Well, not like socialism, it's a much more sensible ideology, but an ideology nonetheless. A set of rules to work by, even though rule number one is we need fewer rules. Meanwhile, conservatism is to a large extent about just common sense, preserving what has worked well and trying to build on it and defend it from those who would tear it down. It's much easier to rally people under a red flag calling for total equity, or under a different banner calling just for freedom. It's more complicated for conservatives because they need to explain every situation. Well, you see, we support freedom. It's one of the most important things we have and want to preserve, but we also support rules to protect things that are valuable and have worked well for us. No one is showing up to a demonstration to shout, "What do we want? We want common sense and taking the whole situation into account and considering all the circumstances." Yeah. Yet the paradox is that the market for conservatism is the biggest political market of all, because most humans are by their nature conservative. Some libertarians risk overlooking the importance of things like society and the nation state. Not all of them, but some do. Thereby joining those who would tear down the nation state and the values they are built on, but for different reasons. Where a conservative might see a collection of small but beautiful historic buildings that should be preserved, a hardline libertarian might see excellent potential for tearing the buildings down to make better use of the space and sell luxury apartments for profit. A socialist might look at the old buildings as remnants of a petty bourgeois society that should be torn down so that the state can build more social housing. The net result is the same. The buildings are torn down and no one is happy, apart from maybe those that either buy or are handed an apartment in the concrete and glass boxes that are built by the state or the investor. We should build social housing, but let's make it beautiful. And investors should be able to build as many apartments as they can sell, but without destroying history and beauty in the process. Common sense conservatism in the Nordic countries has a fight on its hands, as in other Western countries. Woke ideology, if ideology is the right word for something so erratic, is taking over political parties from the left to the right, to schools, the institutions, the media, the corporations, you name it. We have heard examples of this today. For the left, this offers a way to revive Marxist doctrine by breaking society into different groups with different perceived levels of oppression. Well, the capitalist can use it to get a free ride. A bank can show everyone how caring and good it is with woke advertising, while at the same time raising interest rates and fees on people struggling to pay their mortgage. Most people may not have the time to worry about these things, or the fact that a climate cult is taking over most of our politics. But they should take the time to worry. Because if we lose the basic rules and values that our societies are built on, and sacrifice our industries and production of wealth, then our societies will feel it, and it will hit them hard. And that may happen when it's too late to do anything about it. Conservatives need to become more assertive. I know that's not a problem for the people in this room, but shy conservatives need to start saying it loud and proud, that we will fight to preserve the good things that previous generations built and fought for. We will also help those in our society that are in genuine need while offering incentives to succeed. In modern politics, there is a great fear of being controversial. But let me tell you, a politician who is not controversial is a useless politician. So we must point out the idiocy of the new left and others who have been overtaken by its ideology. Point out that they are scammers, race baiters, vandals, and sometimes incoherent morons. Conservatives cannot continue to sit back and hope that this modern lunacy will ultimately collapse under the weight of its own contradictions. Because as it turns out, contradictions are not heavy. They are light. They can float in air. But truth is heavy. It needs strong foundations. And those foundations must be preserved and protected from those who wish to destroy them, while others are distracted by what they see floating in air. And let's not bring a knife to a gunfight. Let's not begin by excusing ourselves with starting sentences like, I'm not prejudiced, but I have some doubts about your approach. Let's just say it like it is. We will not accept this utter bullshit, and we will defend what is right. I know it's the nature of conservatives to be polite, and that must be preserved, but we are dealing with some pretty deranged people here. They have their truth, we have the truth. And if we are not willing to defend it without excuse or compromise, they will win. So, be brave. In fact, you don't even need to be brave. You only need to be true to yourselves, because what conservative would not rather lose after having fought for what he believes in than win fighting for the wrong cause? And if some of and if some of those who are conservative at heart, the shy conservatives, believe they represent a bad brand, it is because we are competing on someone else's terms and not selling our vision. Don't be a brand, be a vision, because it is a great vision to sell. Don't meet them on their battlefield, drag them on to yours. The youngest generation is starting to question the new left's woke nonsense. Don't waste your time trying to convince those that despise you to come over to your side. Show those who are waiting for something to believe in that they have champions who are willing to fight for them. Then get them to fight with us by handing them the weapons they need in the form of truth and logic. No one follows those into battle who start by excusing the fact that they are there in the first place and telling everyone that they are not quite as bad as the other side says they are. Have no doubt that you will be hated by those who fear nothing more than the truth. But use their hatred as nourishment, remembering that no one attacks those who don't matter. I've been through many elections and always been told I couldn't win. Sometimes it's gone very well, sometimes not so well. But I could always say that I was proud of what I was fighting for. That is how we must approach our huge project. By knowing that if we fail, we will have done what we could to fight for what is right. And if we succeed, well, then we'll have saved Western civilization.
Thank you very much, Sigmundur. Thank you very much for your speech. And thanks for coming back after being in Oslo last year. So everybody, in keeping with Nostos tradition, we want everybody taking part in the conference to also be part of the dinner, the social event in the night. And I think everybody, as good as everybody here, will be here for the dinner tonight. I just want to inform you, the dinner will be in the same room as we had lunch. The gala dinner will be there, and it's important that you try to be there by 7 o'clock. Well, in the meantime, you can enjoy the surroundings, have a swim if you like, and relax, and then we'll see each other again at 7 in the round room. Thank you.